Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the public hearings of the TRRC. Imam Jallo, you have the floor, please. You can offer some prayers.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Rahman Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ربنا إننا آمنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار الصابرين والصادقين والقانتين والمنفقين والمستغفرين بالإسخار شهد الله أنه لا إله وملائكته وأولو العلم قائما بالقسط لا إله إلا هو العزيز الحكيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين
Ameen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of power and might, the most gracious and the most merciful, we humbly beseech thee to look kindly upon all of us humankind that you have created in your image and in your likeness. Forgive our human imperfections, our human frailty, our human sinfulness, and our human wickedness and jealousies. We pray that by your Holy Spirit that you shall transform all of us to be like you are, to be good, to be loving, to be kind, to be respectful. We continue to submit the sitting of the TRRC this day before you. And we do submit the witness that will appear before this commission. And we do pray that you will grant the witness the humility and the boldness to come and speak the truth, and grant the commission itself the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood. And we continue to pray for the Gambian population in general and the diaspora, that you grant them the willpower to exercise patience and to allow the due process to take its proper course. This we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop Whitaker. Council, if we are ready with this morning's witness, you may proceed, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the audience. We are ready to proceed with this morning's witness. May I ask that he be ushered in, please?
Thank you.
I, Baba Sao, do swear that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Saho. Welcome to the TRRC. Are we having a problem with the technicians? The images are not coming through. Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Saho. Welcome to the TRRC.
Good morning, Mr. Tal.
Mr. Saho, we do interpose interpretation in one of the local languages. Would you choose a local language in which you would want your testimony to be interpreted into?
Wolof or Manika?
Your choice. Yesterday we did Wolof, today we can do Mandinka.
Okay.
That's fine with you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have Mandinka interpretation, please. And as a matter of protocol, we encourage you to listen to the interpretation or to allow the interpretation to finish before you respond. We know that you are proficient in the English language, but don't be tempted to just respond immediately after my question. You have to wait for the interpretation and then you answer. We need to do that so that whatever is being said would be captured in the record and would also reflect itself in the transcript. Otherwise, the interpreters would have difficulty trying to decipher what is being said. Do you understand?
Thank you.
I encourage that we observe that discipline so that we can have a good record. You have just taken an oath to speak the truth.
Yes, I do.
I am sure you are aware that it's a crime, it's an offense in this country to lie on the oath.
Andung ako ajikita nyinna ko ye inkala mudala ko nyumulu atinyaldi tumalamena ye kalota ibina ila sedan rodira ina na kuma soto balofo.
It is also an offense to lie before the commission or to provide false or misleading information to the commission.
Anu hanin kabi luwa atinyala mfanam TRRC nyati ngola jan tumalamena ye la kalota ibina ila sedan rodira ina na kuma soto balofo waranto ye kuma soto fo me alonko abe commission filindi lale obe muluwa atinyaldi.
Yes, I do.
Today we want to talk to you about a few things.
You
have been served with a notice of adverse mention. And the notice is just to serve you, provide you with information of allegations against you. And to give you the opportunity to respond to those allegations. These are only allegations. They are not findings of the commission. So that's why you're given an opportunity to respond to them. Your responses and the evidence that you produce, together with all other evidence that have been produced on the particular issues that concern you, would all be analyzed by the commissioners with a view to drawing their own conclusions as to what is the truth. So you are also encouraged to provide the evidences that you have. In response to the allegations against you. In this commission, we try to pride ourselves with the fact that we value fairness to people who appear before the commission. And in that regard, be rest assured that the evidences that you produce would be given the due consideration that they require. You are called for two purposes. One is for you to respond to the adverse mentions. And the second is for you to help the Commission to better understand the NIA and what used to happen in that institution.
Fulanyom mendi wala nyinti puru ite famkunni ye commission o mako ye puru ngalong NIA bunda do ko bunda sifale mandu muna kulle ka tamanu je ite mellong.
So that we can help reform that institution and make it fit for purpose.
Isaje nsi dingira ni ngomemo NIA dinzije ta ngaloku isaje dalilu me ya sabu ya londi dalilu men kama isaje aso mafa.
So that all the possibilities of abuse of power would be curbed.
Isaje ni lanna tambe ko men bega ke je sembola karola will basically kuri me alon ko ba maranola le.
And the temptation or the possibility of it being used as a tool to subjugate people further would be removed or eliminated.
Isaje fanang ike muna fangala nyame wolen kamulta ke samaje ke detendi wol be ke kuri me alon ko be maranola nga bondi akuo ko do ko nyim kono.
Is that what I said? I'm not sure. So that it should no longer be used as a tool to subjugate people.
Sajat mota muna fanola kota ke puru kaje ko kamul detendi.
Thank you very much. And so the areas of your advice mentioned are as follows. That is the arrest, detention, unlawful detention and torture of PPP demonstrators who were arrested in 1995.
PPP la kanun teldi sangola government 1995.
You've been also mentioned in the Balokante and Co. in their torture. Those are the captives or the captured rebels from the Farafenni attack.
Luito fota kuto fana me alon ko lem balo kande na donyolu men yalon ko ye boy kanke mun Farafenni barracks kan o sangola nun kawi ye muta tajire ya men late kam ito fota woto fanan tole.
The next one is the torture of Ibrahim Barrow in the Lalo Jaite alleged plot.
Sabanyom mendo wala nyindi ko tajire ya men keta Ibrahim Barrow la wala Lalo Jaite la kudeta bayri mo men ya tumiala.
And the fourth is the 2006 Ndurcham coup d'etat.
Nani nya wala 2006 Ndurcham la kudeta bayri mo nying.
Those are the issues for which you adversely mentioned. But in addition to all this, we would want your assistance for the Commission to better understand the NIA with a view to coming up with practical and impactful institutional reform measures.
But hanin kabi o kan ko teke mbelef la priyende ma ko teke na dogo nyingo no memo TRRC di isaje nga long te NIA la tamandre bulo ke la ko ke nyaadi le andum ite la miroro jebe londino la ko ke nyaadi le NIA.
I see you have given up the felt hat and the dark glasses for this chapeau, sign of wisdom, so you'd be able to help in that regard.
Ngaje ko ye felt hat o landi. Ye ni morna fo dum bito be kala mako rolti pour kan ko no tentendi ke sono yana
Sign of wisdom.
o mo londo taman serol
Age has caught up.
kadu silan wulutilo selta santo.
So let's move on with the issues.
Adamu ta sayna ko damda.
Name, full names.
Itoni kontango dum.
My name's Mr. Baba Saho.
Nto mu baba saholete.
Date and place of birth.
Wuluda sanjumala and wuluda mintole.
Born on the 4th of April,
Wuluda April karotil nani
1961,
1961 samokono.
Whereabout?
Minto.
in Bondali Tenda, Fonyi Bondali Tenda.
Wuluta bondali tenda sate wolto fonyi.
Tell us about your education. Brief rundown.
Kuma sutula kondong ila londi karamani ya ki damu da mintola anfa ya kumfa mintole.
Attended Bondali Primary School,
Na follow bondali primary karamuto.
1968 to 75.
1968 kata 1975.
Went to Muslim High School,
Ndala Muslim High School.
1975 to 1981.
1975 kata 1981.
That would make you my senior in my alma mater.
Yes. Then 81 to 82, I worked with the Ministry of Finance.
Between 81 kata 82 la ucho kono ngado ko ke minister bundala menu marta banko na fulola.
82 to 88, I was with the Gambia College
82 kata 88 ntarta nun Gambia College
as lab technician.
nketa technician woto ila laboratory kono ila lab kono.
88 to 94, I was with the Gambia Police Force.
Abu 1988 kata 1994 mbe Gambia la police do ku bundala.
Astaghfirullah. Up to 1992.
Kata han for 1992.
Then I was redeployed to the NSS 1992 up to 1994.
Utumole yen saundi kata do ko la NSS kabo 1992 kata 1994.
1995, the NSS was turned into NIA.
1995 ye NSS do ko bunda to falinka yelemandi utumolo iko je NIA.
I was with the NIA from 1995 up to 2005.
Mbe NIA kabo 1995 kata 2005.
During these periods, I went to university, Westminster University in London.
Which okonontara Westminster University of London.
Studied diplomacy and strategy studies.
Namen karanje wolem hadama ya bunya bankunum bankutema monim motema aning bantala kunya lulanya.
At what level?
Tembe yuma fo tembe duma.
Diploma level.
Hani fo mfutata diploma makamoto.
I studied also senior and junior management courses.
Yo namara ro fanan do ku bunda maranya a palasi du mankolu na palasi santon kolu tamandinya ngo fanan londo karan.
In 2011, I was fortunate to do an online course with the University of Cornell.
Between 2009, alay makoy ngalondi karam ke University of Cornell
On conflict resolution,
wala keta fitinu lu banyati anim fitina dumba du bemo.
political tattering and foes and allies.
Anin politiko fanan sambanya jawulu la karola anin kafululu la karola ini meno be kankilin.
This does not include the other internal and external causes, short causes we are doing with the agency then.
Yo fanan kola wati sutun karangulu menu kake doku bunda nyin kono anin wati sutun karangulu do menu kake bantala.
Can you tell us the positions you held during your career?
Yamma kamol memara fanye bang wato mene ba do ko kana.
Where?
The positions you've held in the NIA?
NIA je do bundal memara.
From commander?
From the beginning of your time at the NIA?
NIA.
Kabo kulu damuta blato drong ya fulo dameluto iseleta palaso luto nyame NIA bundala.
You've told us the education.
Yes.
So the education you did.
Yo karangol men bege yol fanye.
Now tell us about your progression in the service.
Sa ndo ko nyin kono ila nyaara tal surata nyami nga fanye.
With the NSS, I was with the analysis unit.
NSS la karola ntarta bunda menna wala ka kulu tame ke tenteng.
Could you tell us the relationship between analysis and the other sections?
Fo isa fo no nye chokinyolo membe analysis ani bunda kota ngolay.
Analysis, we deal mostly on raw informations that come to that office.
Analysis wala kakulu tenten dame kibaro na soton tanyamin drong afutatan toluma ndelika sinka kibaro le jube ka koto jube membe lari nga koto ka tame funga lon ko keso moment.
Which units were the consumers of your analytical products?
Sida ningal telta da fale jin kibaro ni ngalia tame alia koto be jube alia lo membe je jumalle ke muna fangala.
The Director General.
Director General do ko bunda kunton ko nga futandi wala.
Would it be given to the other units that are working on that particular subject matter?
Fo abe tilinal banka o kibaro nyi fananta kadi bunda dolla ko ko mialon ko be NIA je famar mialon ko ye sulo so ta kibaro nyi ni naba.
I will do.
Yani mbuka olonde.
But
If you were director at one stage of external security.
this is where I'm coming. Just allow me to land, please.
Answer the question.
If
Just
there is-
answer my question.
Yes, I was.
Good. If the analysis unit works on taskings, isn't it?
Nimbunda me analytical unit ikadogo kening doko detail nyamen.
They are tasked to do analysis on a particular issue, isn't it?
Kadogo dila puru ko yirka ya jube ya koto jube kibaro nyin jube kula me alon ko wala detail nyamen.
Yes. So when external security compiles raw data, raw information on a particular subject of interest to that unit, it sends it through the Director General to the analysis unit for analysis. That's a tasking, isn't it?
Ninyi bunda nyenyi kibaro soto ya tabe ya jube ya lo mun kibaro lebe ni ata fo ya tame ya di Director General fana ina murundi wolkan wol fana ya jube fo abuka ko wala nyam.
Yes.
So when the analysis unit conducts its analysis
Nimbunda men ka kibaro nyin tame ni yela do kuoke
and everything, which I imagine would include the credibility of the data, the credibility of the sources that provided the data, the viabilities of the threats, all that are contained in it, and the actionability of the information contained in it. Wouldn't that be the subject, in fact, of the analysis?
ando kibaro
Isn't
nyin
that
tame
what
la
the
nyam.
analyst would do?
E kamen jube wala nyin kibaro nyin abota damento anu kibaro nyin fana akum ala musulo mulati fo e buke nyati wala fam wala ba ni ba tamela ba.
Well, from my understanding, with the analysis, we pick out sense and then try to correlate X, Y, then we bring it together.
Analysis bundala de ntelu nin yen sasi. Ko men futa tamman kawle jibe afannalu anin atukumulu abenori nyame nimolu beju be na tamme na bonyoto nkana wo kibaro buntu ngoto mole ka kafu nyoma.
I noticed that my question evoked a smile on you. You know exactly what I'm saying.
Ngain kalam dala ko nanjini ngaro da kabringa nyininga e muyodo na di nyada andu yalo nande be men fango foka.
The analysis
Nimbunda men ka kibaro nyin tame ka jube
involves the following:
memba ko na wala nyinti ko
the reliability of the information provided,
kibaro men dita ala sabato nyin ka fana korosile,
the evaluation of the sources,
andu men fanga kibaro nyim fana di ko fana ko nyin ka korosi,
the actionability of the information,
kibaro nyim fana nyin tamandi nabe tamandi la fana ko fana jubel,
and reliable conclusions to be drawn from the information in view of other information available.
kibaro nyim fana ninga sorota fana ngala labandula nyim fana ka jubele.
Wouldn't all that be involved in the analytical process?
Fo ni yirikaro be kala warano nin tentendro be kala fo nyim fannal be buka jube kibaro nyin kono ninga sotonda nana ta bundaro.
No.
Hani
Are you serious?
You see
Okay, let's, okay, just a moment. Would you do a source evaluation?
kibaro nyin ninga nata folo alka kibaro nyi meya di folo alka alako nyi alka jube la folo
Would you do a source evaluation?
Meye kibaro nyin di alka alako nyi jube la
to evaluate whether the source of the information is a reliable source?
Ka jube ka yega ka jube meye kibaro nyin di fo kibar di la meya lon ko sabati la ba.
Would you do a credibility analysis of the source of the information provider?
Kibaro nyim men dita fo alko fanana kibaro nyim fana alka jube aliya tame aliya jube ba fo kibar le meya ko kibar sabati le ngam fo kibar sahari ngam ba.
Are you telling us that is not part of the analysis process?
For ilafta fulani la wokul woldata irikaro nyim kono ba ni
Just answer the question.
Yes, I am.
But is it that part of the analysis process?
Fo da be tamero nyim kono ba kibaro nyin nalba tamela ba.
Unless you allow me to answer.
No, I will allow you to answer, but answer this question. It's a simple, direct answer. It's a yes answer or a no
The
answer.
siro di la priya jawi bar nyini karo nyini karo so ne ari ngolti ha o hanilam.
If you have allowed me to answer, then you will know whether it's yes or no. Because the
But just tell us
analysis.
first whether it's a yes or a no.
Fanyi follow ninga to
Can you repeat your question then?
ako nin kibaro dital fali bukanyin jube menya kibaro dialla kibaro botanan damin fali bukawo dinkira koroso mari menya kibaro dialla fo nyimu lanna moleti bang wala fo mo silano nyin kibaro lale bang fo ali bukawo dinkira jube o kibaro botadamin mo bundala saha fali bukawo jibe
okay nkaminto la wonto ko mi kibaro kinam wala responsibility mo woti.
He's saying that
the author of the report is the person who should measure the informant, whether he's reliable, very reliable, or with us, we have the author's report with us. That report is what we analyze.
Nindeli kibaro soto. Abotanan daming. Meye kibaro fongo kinang. Aninga bota daming ikawtole jibe. Meya ayadi menna ikawle la kuwe jibe. Utumole ufanankana kibaro ufutangin teluma. Utumole mtol fanalisina kibaro nyintanga na tenteng.
Have you ever done a course on analysis?
Karanke kubu bundala labang ka kibaro ika tamye nyame bang.
An investigative analysis.
Wala anin kisikisiro bunda.
Have you ever studied that?
Fayo gulomdu karanke labang.
Hani.
Let us move on.
Rongo tenteng.
Let us move on.
Ngo tenteng.
Because clearly it's a bit difficult. So I would not burden you further with that. But the point I want to make, do you accept that there needs to be some coordination and collaboration between the consumer unit and the analysis unit? By consumer unit, I mean the unit that would deal with the analytical product.
Isonta nyinna ko nyimbunda fulo menke kibaro nyim menke nafamu nafanga ani men yalon ko wonde ka tame fo a jarete lon pour nyimbunda fulo chokinyolo e tare ita malte ma ban.
See, each working place has its method of doing things. Intelligence, you may say, is analysis department. It may be different from, let's say, Minister of Finance, their analysis department, or Agriculture, their analysis department. Mosa follow anin kullo dinkarin tamandi bunda don fatatale ko seno bunda la kullo dinkarin wala na fulo bunda la kullo dinkarin wonin kanto nin tankada kullo dinkarin la tamandi nyalu fatatale. So if you want to compare these different institutions, you may have some difficulties or some misunderstanding in it. Ni lafita nyim bunda lu ngamen lu foten lafita wala la kullu dinkarengolu Kenya ke la pour que muliandi.
Why don't you just answer the question?
Asekeno yekole ya kuosoto.
Itinyi ngaro nyinjabilar no.
What was the question?
You see, the problem is you want to answer your own question to the extent that you forget the question that I have asked.
No, sir.
What is the question I have asked?
You said whether there isn't any collaboration between the consumer and the consumer.
And the what?
And the person who brings in the consumption.
That is confusing.
He who produces and to whom it is going to.
The question is whether there would be collaboration between the consumer unit, that is the unit that tasked for the analysis, and the unit that carries out the analysis.
Indirectly, yes.
And the analysis unit, their product, would as a matter of course be sent to the relevant unit to help advance their work.
Ni to lila do koke ikela do ko nyinta welo kibaro nyin kabri ya tame ni foi pareta ikaila kibaro nyinta itala ya di bunda do me alon ko wala jisula taw kibaro nyinda ko tangi.
No, it would not be.
No. So it's sent to the Director General.
Kaki Director General there.
They will say we want thorough XY is missing in this particular thing. For example, they say XY is missing. Can we get the unit responsible to pay for it?
Ni nyaton koli ya ni Italy la tamero ke foye bandi ya ki suti wo ya wole Director General ti. We falan atele mbanga na modo lamba ni sita yo jube wole ka ha alla nyin kibaro men aliyata me ni mantara jede wala ni mankita jele mawluje butu isina mo tentendi te lafta la nyami.
What you have just talked about is the review of the analytical product.
Kemem fo jam wala minti ko rong ke o kibaro nyin ko wala ni ya bum ni ya tame fo ya tenten fo pareta kana korosi ku kele e wala fo jeng.
You send the report to the Director General and he would look at it.
E report on samba kordatio ya afana yesi aya jube.
Would the report filter down to the unit that has requested for the analysis?
For report on foi kanana di bunda dollar me yalan ko wolle kanin ro kala ba wolle sura tala ba.
If there is any testing to be done, yes.
Ni ayatara adoko ibas ala kunya la sula da saundilale. Ha ikaukele.
I would leave this and proceed. Mr. Witness, is quite clear. Analysis is done
tamero kibaro tameta la tententa
for the purposes of drawing findings and conclusions.
Lilo kan wala minti ko me alon ko wolbe fuduri mo kibaro nyin kono ka be tame ka ke bondi nyokono
and for the formulation of hypotheses.
Saje sinana be ka funyoma ya di ya ke kibaro timi alon ko kibaro sahari molem.
Isn't that the case?
Fo wondam ko la nyaati.
Are you telling me?
I'm asking you.
Whether is that the
case? Yes.
Yes.
Ha wolem.
So you form hypotheses, you draw findings, and it is kept somewhere at the Director General's, and those who tasked for the findings and the hypotheses are not made aware of them. Isn't that a waste of taxpayer money?
No. You see,
so madu akamenyi nga wala nyindi natali ya la tamero ke foka pare kana nyine de kana soro be janne nali ya la tamero ke foye bandi silan Allah tamero ko la atel nata menji je afutata Director General ya wala msutioti wala funali ya jube silan boku bunda kotelo fanna kotelo me ya lon ko wala sulata o kibarola fo abuka futa wala mabanga munte ka landi Director General la office wala nyama banga e tuje ako katu akafo lako umunna mujola la koditi nyaleti katu bunda men sulata la nama mfuta wuluma woto na fatala.
Okay. Nko hani.
Yes.
Nko hani kaya ko that final report from the analysis Director General Tamodi.
Yo wala minti ko bitum Allah tamero na kita fabanta Director General Talo wote. Okay.
Muno sa wala minti ko na jita duma.
The reason for that is when it goes down somebody else might see that report who shouldn't have seen that report.
So final report from the analysis strictly for the Director General.
Final report from the analysis is strictly for the Director General.
Did you listen to yesterday's testimony?
No.
Ani?
You are on the oath.
Yes.
And if you have, we would be able to tell by the end of the day. Let us proceed. You left analysis and you went to where?
Well, I'm to la palaso falling. Ibota tamero bundale kafdame analysis. Yes, samba sexual jumal to bunda jumale to koteke.
By the way, do they teach analysis at the NIA?
NIA fo nyinki baro ni ka tame nyame ani ka tende nyama fo ke karandi NIA ro.
Yes. People are sent on courses for that.
But you never did anything.
I just did it briefly with the NSS.
Perhaps that's the reason.
The analysis think, if I'm not forget, if my mind can recall, I went to the investigation unit, or I can't recall, definitely. I can't remember from where. But I know I went through all the other departments.
Analysis to women tata kisikisiro bundal bari aseken hakilo yebo bari bundal munu bije ngaw bundalu be male.
In fact, your work during that period at the NSS, at the NIA, for instance, you from 1992 to 1994, that's when you worked at NSS.
Ila bogo nyinga bil 1990 to kada fa 1994 do ko ga NSS.
About 3 years.
Mbira fot sanji saba.
Yeah.
92, 93, and 94.
94, and the coup happened.
Maybe 2.5 years. In
Keno
fact.
sanji fulani talante.
And then it became NIA.
Narana ke NIA to narana faling.
And NIA, you worked just up to 96, August 96, 2 years.
NIA do go ga for August karo 1996 sanji fula.
And then you were moved to the UK.
Inatine samba UK Angleterre bango ka.
Yes.
So, but within that 2 years,
Sanji flo nyim kono.
do you recall which units you worked at?
Fa hakilo samuda na bay do ko ga bunda jumal de koto jeto.
The investigation unit.
Wala kata kisikisiro bundati.
And who did you work with?
Itani jumale do ko ga nyokan jeto.
My immediate boss was Mr. Fodebari.
Nganyaton ko Mr. Fode Barileti.
And who else did you work with?
I was there with Baba Dindin Jobate.
Nim baba dindin jobate fanam bije.
We are the senior officers there then.
Lem nyaton ko lti wotumo.
We
And
had
who
some
else?
operatives under us.
Between dokula
You were third.
Come again?
You were third in command, or?
Yes.
Nyaton ko sabanjang de
I was
banya ka
of the
sabanjang.
same rank with Baba Dindin.
Nim baba dindin bebe tembele akilingol to palace wala karola.
Yeah, but same rank, there is still seniority, isn't it?
Yes. That's
So he was senior to you?
I believe so.
Lata la kwatele benyato.
Okay. And you people worked very closely, didn't you?
Munda to kita mule me alon ko alla do ko nying alkal blo di nyoba nyola ba ke la do ko fi nyokande. Fond.
Yes, we do.
Umutu nyalde.
I know you speak very softly. Speak up.
Yes, we do.
There is a lot of fire on the speak up. You developed very close relationships.
Narna hadama ya kende bale choki nyote mal dammalu.
Professional relationship, yes, we do.
Dokula chokinyulo la karola ngokele.
I see you are very quick to box it into professional relationship.
You see, again,
Otake
it's language.
ngoke nyalo.
Depends how you hear it, how you perceive it.
Yamwe nyamin ani yata nyamin.
So I'm sorry if that should offend you.
Se haketu natara lungo mantembe fe.
No, Mr. Saho. There's nothing offensive about that.
Kute jemi alon ko boy ngole kan.
And I do not too quickly take offense on things.
Mbuka tariya ka kuota ka boko yentu nyele.
This is not about me, this is your testimony.
Nyimman kentela kuote nyimuita fangola sede andiro de bemendika.
We take what you say very seriously.
Ika kuma ka memfo nka kule me alon ko tani sobe alla.
And we listen intently to what you say.
Andum kallam moy baake ni hakilo le kam memfo.
And that's why I could not help not underline the word you use, because you qualified the relationship.
Wala tinne kuma ka memfo hakilo dunga kuma ka dandan be jeme memfo fansi unune.
Professional relationship.
Wala professional relationship do ko nyin na lo tamandiri ya rana chokinyole ya do ko la karola.
The truth is, you
Tonyam men.
developed a very close relationship with Mr. Barry.
Ening Mr. Barry ale hadama ya kenda bale chokinyotema.
That's true.
Mutu nyalde.
In fact, you would find yourself in most of the operations or activities he was involved in during that time.
Ando wado la fa wati jamal beje ike fanje do gu jamal kono me alon ko ada katara kono le.
No.
Hani
Well, the evidence would speak for itself.
Sedan dronying be ko nyi wanyar la ada jam la fa yen.
You are like hand in glove.
Akamuntala ko glove ni bulo almo fulo.
Always together.
Wato be alkatu nyokanne.
That is what used to happen during those days, isn't it?
O jamano la wala
1996.
1996
yes, from 1994, 1995 precisely, and 1996.
About 1994, 95, 96.
You agree?
Yes. Fantale.
That's good. Fantastic. So then in 1996 you went to England.
1996 ko sang kono ina data Angleterre banko kan.
Yes.
When did you come back?
Muruntanan sanjuma alla
1998.
1998 sangola usaitana.
And you continued to work at the NIA until when?
Tentente ka doko ka NIA je fo wati juma
Up to, because when I came in 1998,
Within that 1998,
I left sometime 1999 for another course.
1999 mbota je ntata karandoke.
I came back there, it was around 2000.
Saitana watu mengo.
Actually, my being at the NIA when I left London,
Nataro NIA brimbota London.
if I should recall, there was never 2 months that elapsed without me going out for a course.
Ning hakilo bakan karifulu bukatambi mambo je kata karamula.
Kindly tell us where you worked from 1998 onwards.
ye dogo ka bindole ka 1998 sankono katawe santola
1998, I came back to the NIA. I was attached to, I think I was deputy director.
1998 bring saitana muruta NIA ngamira
Internal
nimmayina.
security, under internal security.
Ntele simbe director kan. Kanto nintankada koloto Kenya.
Would you accept that the rise was very rapid?
Foisi so nyina ko palasi lafa nyinga tariyata le. Itela palasi lafa. I didn't see it that way.
You did not.
maje wonyama
Yes, I didn't see that way.
Maje onyama de.
What level would be deputy director? In the scheme of the civil service, what level would be deputy director?
sekunda doko la karola tamandiri nyato director no lanko arnyana tarla level jumalto
I think it's grade 9.
Mamira grade 9 for grade 10.
Wouldn't that be, say, the level of principal assistant secretary?
foto kala makamo de membe kala principal assistant secretary
I wouldn't know.
Ma wala no de.
Mr. Witness, how could you not know?
etete wolon no la nyaadi de
Grade 9 would be the level of councillor.
grade 9 obe kala makamo de membe kala counciloti
Yes.
And councillor
councilo
would be the level of principal assistant secretary.
o meaning principal assistant secretary be tembe da kilomolto
Thank you for that.
Numbaro
No,
kam.
you know.
I don't.
ya lonne
You work in the public service. You know these things. Let's cut the pretense. You know these things.
doko ebe doko la jama dingira bundawol do genyi ya lonne
I said I don't know.
Na fo ko ma no.
First secretary would be senior assistant secretary.
secretary obe kala secretary ke ba
Grade
moy
8.
grade 8 jola makamo la karol
But I was first secretary when I was grade 9.
Are ngata secretary follow to bring grade 9.
That is just the designation, but for councillor should be grade 9.
9, yeah.
councilo nyana kala grade 9 net
Right. I was once councillor. I was once first secretary.
nana kala councilo til nana kala secretary for
So it's the level of principal assistant secretary.
Principal assistant secretary aniyo makamo le teleta. Wala.
And you have not been in the service. You've been in NIA only for 4 years.
itarra NIA sanji nani do
Remember, it's a connection.
2 years before NSS.
Yes.
So in 6 years,
NSS
from an ordinary operative,
Not an ordinary operative. I was a commander from in NSS.
LSS la karola
Go to deputy director.
the commander palace
but even at that, in 6 years,
sanji woro hani wo
Scott's making, I put it that way.
ngala jako alala kititala.
What I like it to do.
okay. I raise these things Because there ought to be a system in the public service. There ought to be a system of promotion that is tied to competence. And education. Don't you agree with that?
Which I have.
No, I'm just saying, do you agree with that?
I do. This is why which I have.
Do you realize that under the rules, before they were broken any which way, to be a first secretary, you should have a first degree.
First degree. I don't know.
No. Which you did not have.
Again,
did you have it?
Yes, I don't.
Okay. Let's move on.
No. Excuse me, sir. You see, with us education is privilege. No, you have your first degree, second degree, because you are privileged too. And first degree or second degree because I'm not privileged due to circumstances. So please, I'm asking him not to, because to me it's an insult.
Mr. Saho, is it an insult to you that you don't have a first degree? Is that an insult to you?
Yes.
Well, if that is an insult to you, go and get the degree. But I cannot see how on earth that could be an insult.
No, you see, what you are saying is, my understanding of what you are saying, Mr. Val, is I should not have been a first secretary because I didn't have that. That's my understanding.
No. All I am saying is that you had a rapid promotion. You denied it. I showed you
what denied it, sir.
Well, you denied it.
I said that's God's making. To you it's rapid.
No.
To me it's not.
Mr. Witness, let us proceed. My role is to bring out the facts. And I do not bring out the facts to please you or to please anybody else. I bring out the facts and show them exactly how they are. Okay. We have to fix our country. And in order to fix this country, we have to bring out the facts no matter how inconvenient they are.
Ka sedende kuma ka bondi le pour me alon ka man kenyi ndim ka bondi le pour me alon ko wala bete na fala mbuka bondi membe na fala ka bondi men ka pour kuma ko e findi nyin banko nyi anyana kala kulet banko me alon ko nyanna da londi la sila la me alon ko sila tilindi walti.
The problems in our public service is due to great inefficiency, and that inefficiency is as a result of the incompetence of personnel within those places. I'm not directly referring to you necessarily, but I'm just showing that people have been put in places and they do not have the requisite academic qualifications. It's as easy as that. It doesn't matter who is caught in that.
Kolea men nata je banko kan wolem palaso dita molila ma fete kuode bara dita modol la meluma makamo soto ima lodula soto ima londo soto adum purka kolu tembende kadu ko ke anyama nyim banko kan foye falin amunta ina mana sodi itere la adisu no lala kumo koto mu woleti woto fonga woje na tilindi na tamandi ko sarto lu yakani nyamin ndebe silole fokan bara manke ko na wulite ko kamba.
So if you caught up in that, I really do not apologize for that. I am sorry. That is the situation. It's not my fault that you do not have the degree required. It's not my fault.
Ni we mutadun fanan ise haketo amanke ntele ngakede ni misali kama mo degree follow makamo sotong amang sababu ntela ndemo woke bari bitun natara natake kuti mentata fute itema ila karola ise haketo bari kule me yalon ko funga bondi ngasene yanda lankenama.
I can see why you feel a little offended, simply because if comparing yourself to everybody else at the NIA, you have made considerable effort to even go to Cornell University.
Ajibe ngalo muna nafang akonyi lafta ini okuyala wala kedimi niye fawni modolu la minbe NIA alla makamol nim palaso la karola wada lilo le ya sabu andu yesino so pour kata han fo Cornell University oto wobe ketale.
Mr. Witness, the problem we've had with this institution is the culture of people who work there, in the culture of recruiting people who had no qualifications. What we've seen is even people with less than secondary 4 have become commanders at the NIA.
Na ado menje NIA welem ka moluta ka palaso ludila anin ka moluta do ko la men ya lonko ima londo soto kadu na molu jele menu kita commandati me ya lonko hani secondary 4 londo fango ima soto yo no woni nyol lejiji o dalilo le ya sabu funyi lankene marolu be ke pray koy.
So let's move on in
Council, just before you move, I just want to remind the witness that one of the tasks been given to us here in the commission is to formulate recommendations for institutional reforms. We can't formulate those things without knowing where the weaknesses lie, things that contribute to some of the difficulties that we've gone through for the past 22 years.
Okay.
They are related to institutions. Oh, sorry.
Chairman mem fajang wala nyintiko do ko men dita TRRC la ye sasi menna wala mukado ku bundalu la lanya ni tanyalu jube dinkralu damene yalon ko nasidalu ketaje munayo nasidalu sabu fongolu nyinini ayeje pour nyin kamala falindiro sike nasidalu sutontalun damin fo kolu seita koma nsiwolu dada ay tembe ay betay sajen tewnyo sayin komo sotonna kotake nyin doko nyin kono wayri yentali sasi wonela wala doko timbe menta mandi kampur ka bebo nyoto ay senia.
And in looking into that, we are not insulting witnesses that come before the commission.
Nino jibe amanke ko nka sedolu nenne menu kanajal nendirteng bar fuma tembe dal ni makamo lu longne bo nyoto meye men sabu fuma long.
Some of the things that happen, appointing people without the essential background, contributed to a lot of difficulties before.
Mayo sabu fanan ye modol leta ye ke makamol nim place wolto men mutambita andu wol nata ke moluti ima londo soto ima do ko sambanyalo ima fenfen lonje unasidalu nata soto bundalu nyol lela mbe borika unasidal lela pour sinin samo ndel bina ya maro mel londi la pour ka falimu nati ka kolu tembendi fonolu long folo nyinne nyin sabu ndole kisikisirola.
With that objective in mind, Council has been asking the appropriate questions.
Mayri wala muntulu hammoti pour que kolu lankene ma ay jaba kese woto dalilo le ya sabu Council be nyinin kar fasawulula amma wuli kamfandir kama ma wuli nendir kama pour que wo jaba keso ka woto ay senea nga long même moment.
Council, you may continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us proceed. I see a little bit of a contradiction in your statement. 1996 to 1998, you were first secretary or second secretary?
In London, first secretary.
And in Nigeria?
Second secretary, because there is no first secretary post there.
So you were demoted?
My job. I should be said like you are a protocol officer. That's my job. Attaché, please.
I understand.
Okay.
I would leave it at that. For some national security issues.
Thank you.
So I leave it at that. You see, we pay attention to all these things. All right. So in 2000, when did you deploy to Nigeria?
Nigeria?
To the embassy?
For embassy,
do you mind if I make...
Please.
August 2000.
August 2000.
Good. And you returned when in 2005?
2005
or rather 2002?
2002.
about 2002.
2002.
2002 mafamala.
And what position did you hold in 2002?
2002 biri muta na yema kama jumale soto muta.
If I can recall, I was Deputy Director, External Security.
Nin hakilo mambo. Director Nolanko, men kafir bunda me internal security. Wala kanto nin tankada saman external security. Kanto nin tankada maro bang Gambia banko nin bantalo tema.
Until what time?
Wati juma maka mo bebulu.
Until late 2002, 2003.
Hani for 2002 bandulato wala 2003 juna mafamala.
I was given the position of Director, External Security.
Ye director ya makamo dinna puru kanto nin tankada banko anin bantalo tema.
2003.
Yeah, 2003.
2003.
So that is, you have reached the level of director in 10 years.
Munta ifutata director makamo do sanjita ngokono.
Yes.
Ha.
And then what happened? For how long did you serve as director external?
Guate juma itarta makamo director external director memata bantala banko temo
2002 to 2005.
2003 for 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
I was terminated.
2005.
Yen na do ko to kumfa yen da handi do ko wala.
Why?
Mune osabu.
Definitely I wouldn't know.
De nte malum mune yo sabo.
It doesn't just happen. There would be something that would precipitate it. Whether you agree that it is justified or justifiable or not, there is something that would precipitate it.
Not in those days.
Kule ka sabu akatako anisilo tata wala anisilo manta bari fo kuyeke adoyata nyonyende fo kuyeke mensi palasu mensa sababu hanfo ye mari bonde do kola.
Not in those days.
What
used to happen in those days?
Nobody will tell you I'm being terminated or dismissed because of this is what they told me. I for one, I cannot.
Mr. Witness, if you dismissed from the service for no reason at all,
I was not dismissed, I was terminated.
You were well, technically they are all the same. Technically, the end result is basically the same.
Yes.
The differences is the benefits.
Let's
put it in generic terms. You were removed from your job.
Yes.
Do you know why? I'm not asking what you were told. Do you know why? What is the underlying reason?
I don't.
Where you are director of external
security.
Were you removed alone?
Yes, sir.
At the time?
Yes.
At this, before this, where was Fodebari?
Well, it was not with us. It's either with the police or NDA. I cannot remember, but it was not with us.
Otembo tell him for the mantara do kola. Abetala police le wala NDEA. Baridal Otembo tell na mantara nyoka.
But by 2002, he was director of internal security, wasn't he?
By 2002, sound kono atile munu director memanta kono tankol Kenya.
That's true.
And you are director of external security.
Director memanta tankobu maranyala bantala.
Yes, I was.
The yin and the yang. You would agree?
Peter and Paul, yes.
Exactly. You said it. I did not.
I said, this is how they call us, Peter and Paul.
It's a formula between the Peter and Paul.
Well, some call it partners in crime.
Lolo ka fole denyo malu kuruya la karo.
Unfortunately, we don't have that name.
Well, Peter and Paul, yin and yang partners in crime, it's all the same thing. Anyway, we will come back to that one. So he was removed in 2003. I think he was brought back, and you were removed in 2005. I hope I'm not muddling the dates.
2005 yete bonde ni moñe lungol la.
Okay, and when were you brought back?
Wari jumala yemurundi na?
2006.
2006.
Briefly.
What is to do?
But even at this time, Mr. Barry was also out of service.
Mr. Barry fanang ya bondi do ko ni kono.
I believe so.
Both Peter and Paul were sacked.
Peter and Paul go by.
Yeah.
And Peter and Paul were recycled and brought back.
Between Peter and Paul saying Murundina.
That's true.
On the same day.
On the same day.
By the same person.
By the same person.
For the same purpose.
For the same purpose, yes.
To come and extract confessions out of alleged coupists.
Puru kana kuma kama bon muda bondi bul force ka melango tumiri mol nanko ye tumi coup d'état bayri ngal.
No, to come and help in investigation.
Ani nkana nyine la pour kana makoyro ke kisikisiro to solo be dendi menula.
But officially it has to be couched like that, isn't it? Officially, it has to be couched like that. Come and help these investigations.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think it's a convenient time for the coffee break. Mr. Chair, may I ask for once, or for the second time, that the witness surrenders his phone to the usher. I don't want any communication between the witness and people outside during this period.
My phones are not with me, they are in my car.
Well, I just want to be certain that the phones are not available to you.
They are not with me.
Could you surrender the phone to the usher?
My phones are not with me.
They are in the car?
Yeah. No, I give it to Sengo.
Or to Sengo?
Sengo, yeah.
Ah, okay,
Sengo.
then that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. They are in our custody then.
That's all right. We will take a coffee break and come back at 12 noon. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
The last time he sent the money, it was not enough to buy all the provisions. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell him.
Are you guys talking about money transfer to buy provisions?
Yes.
But don't you know about Baluwo?
Baluwo? What is Baluwo?
Baluwo is a service that your son can use to send provisions directly to you guys from the shop. And you don't have to worry about the exchange rate.
Tell me how Baluwo works.
It's very simple.
Just log on to baluwo.com and shop, or download the app on your phone. You can shop on the website or using the app to buy online basic products for your family and friends. With Baluwo, you decide what your money is spent on. Your money, your choice. Buy online products for your family and friends in the Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria or Mali. Baluwo, better than sending money.
TRRC is mandated to make recommendations for prosecution or amnesty for human rights violations. However, the TRRC has not made any recommendations for prosecutions yet.
Council, are we ready to continue? Yeah, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are ready to proceed. I can see, though, that the technicians are not yet in place for television broadcast.
And to wait for them.
All right, we proceed then. Let me get the witness, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Mr. Saho.
Mr. Saho, bismillah.
Thank you.
I hope you have had coffee and you've been taken care of.
Thank you for that.
I didn't realize coffee was jikando kendo. That's a good one. Before the first break, we were talking about the various positions you held at the NIA and how your relationship with Mr. Fodebari.
Janni mbida fanyi wala itan darda kacha bunda men foga wala pala sol yemi numara NIA jedo ani ila hadama ya men be ni Mr. Fodebari tema.
Hade.
Yes.
So now let's go back to 1996, 1995.
1995 song kono.
Do you recall the demonstration that was held by supporters of the PPP at the American Embassy?
For yakilo samurano balambaya menketa men yalonko PPP la kanuntel wala ya kenun American wala ambassador la korda bato mafanga.
Yes, sir.
Ade?
Can you tell us what you know about it?
Let
me see what I know about it.
Precisely that.
When
did you happen to first learn about it?
The very day of the demonstration.
How did you come to learn about it?
It was not hidden. The country didn't know.
My question is, how did you come to know about it?
This is what I'm telling you. It was not something hidden. So I believe everybody knew about it.
Still you are answering your own question. My question is, how did you personally come to know about it?
I was at the office. In my office. I came to know about it in my office.
You are answering where? You are not answering how.
I came to know about it in my office. Through the movements, when I asked what's going on, they said there is a demonstration going on.
And then? And that's it?
Yeah. It has nothing to do with my department then.
Did you come to be involved in that matter?
Definitely no.
Is it your testimony, therefore, that you had no connection whatsoever with that matter?
Sincerely, yes.
Did you participate in the arrest?
You are just saying the same thing. Whether no, sir.
Did you participate in their investigation?
No, sir.
Well, I think we are beginning to see the second approach. We have heard from Peter, No, it's not true. I was not there. Maybe we are now hearing from Paul. No, it's not true. I was not there. Mr. Sao, Baba Saho.
Mr. Sedo, Baba Saho.
Yes, Council.
The evidence points completely to a different direction. Like that you are saying now. In NIA, when activities, subversive activities happen, which unit would investigate it?
The counter-espionage.
What was the responsibility of the investigation unit?
Following up or verification.
Following up and verifying what?
This is given to us to look into.
Including activities that may have been initially started by counter-espionage.
If there are doubts on it.
Mr. Witness, you know what? It would be misleading to the commission. If you want to suggest that counter-espionage unit was the unit that was conducting investigations.
Is that
the position you're taking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about the setup of the NIA and the responsibilities and competencies of the various units.
If you ask me to tell you the setup of the NIA, I may not be able to, because we have different departments. Each department's head is responsible and knows how he works about it.
Mr. Witness, you are a director at the NIA.
Director at the NIA.
Yes, sir.
You knew the institution very well.
Yes, sir.
It would be sad. In fact, it would be a tragedy if a director of the institution would not know the functions of the various units in that institution.
Mr. Council, I didn't say I didn't know the functions of the NIA, but
No. Don't change my question. My question is, I asked you what were the functions of the various units in the NIA, and you said it would be difficult for you to say. It's the directors of those units that can say.
That's true. I can talk about.
Bunda menu benunjela do ko mulade NIA jede konye ko yen jabi men olindi ko be kole ala ite fere pour yeto jabi o bun nyaton ko bundal wala si o jabi no.
And he says, what concerns me is what I can say. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the functions of the various departments or sections in the NIA?
Well, I have an idea about some of the sections, their work.
Isn't that disappointing to come from a director of the institution?
No.
I didn't see it that way.
Mr. Witness, let's call a spade a spade. You are a director of an institution. You do not even know what are the functions and roles of the various units within the institutions. That is a tragedy.
If I may comment. If I may comment.
Of course. Answer.
You see, we are all specialized. Coupler is for the people who does the coupling. Investigators for investigators.
Mr. Witness, that is not what we are talking about. What we are talking about is your knowledge of the organization, the organizational structure and the roles and functions of the various units. You worked in the agency for 10 years.
I'm
not discussing that.
No, so. Sa Kenyan kamel na wale doku bunda lumenu funalu bebe NIA na doku bunda bakoto kiliwo kilin na dula momenti ala doku momenti wo bundalu akawle nyinin kanu
ko tandala mkai ko.
That's what I'm explaining.
Bunda na doku nyalem.
Every section has its own way of working. If you say that you know everything there, then that's not true.
Mr. Witness, you know what you are avoiding to do? You are avoiding to enumerate the functions of the various departments because it would show that the answer you have given about the relationships and functions of between investigations and counter-espionage is certainly not the case. What you told us is not the case. That is why you're refusing to itemize. Because if you itemize, it will become very apparent that you are misleading the Commission. Tell us what are the functions of counter-espionage. Tell us what are the functions of the counter-espionage department.
Sai bunda me ka fa counter-espionage. Wala menu ka kullu sunyake ikabula wulu no manyamen.
I've never heard of that department.
Nene mo bunda nyaton kay.
So you do not know what they do.
Somehow, if you say I do not know what they do,
my question is, what is their function? What roles are given to them? And don't tell me that they deal with counter-espionage. Tell us what are their functions.
That's the right name for them, counter-espionage.
So what are their functions? What do they do?
Mr. Counsel, I'm telling you,
Mr. Witness,
I've never heard of that department, so I can't know what really they are functions. If I should tell you this is what they do and it's not true, I'm lying. I'm on the oath.
Isn't it sad?
No.
That you are a director in the institution.
Responsible for
only two people would be your senior in terms of position. The Director General and the Deputy Director General. The rest would be directors like you.
No. Director General, Deputy Director, and Director of Internal Security.
Director General Alina Nolanko, and Director Marta Tankadala Bankokan.
Mr. Witness, we know what we're talking about. You are a director just like the Director of Internal Security. You may have seniority because of rank. But you are on the third tier. You have the Director General, the Deputy Director General, and the directors. Isn't that the case? And by dint of the fact that you are a director, you are also in line for promotion to be Director General or Deputy Director General.
It's all possible.
Wouldn't it be embarrassing that you could be in line to become Director General and you don't know the work of the various units within the organization?
For the Kelamaluku Batibang, even women may along ko, ibe rangotole, puru kela maka isila makamo, sinisamo, isila makamo lafano, kakenyaton code, and we get a motim along ko, bunda and the Jelaton code file a local imala.
Yeah, if that should happen, they will give you.
Answer the question. Wouldn't it be a big embarrassment that you'd be appointed Director General and you would not know the functions of the units within the organization?
You become to know about it if you reach that stage.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
This is how you people worked at the NIA? That the left does not even understand the functions of the right. Mr. Witness, I put it to you that you're trying to muddy the waters because you know that it was your unit that was responsible for investigations, and it was your unit that investigated this particular activity. You're trying to run away from it by heaping it all on external, on counter-espionage. That is what you're trying to do.
No. Itela lodula momenti ni nyinin kawala ni misali kama emo jankundino utamunta sila yeluno beta yala bunda kame kafume counter espionage honey no.
It looks like we're going to have a longer day than we anticipated. I am sorry for that. Tell us what were the functions of the investigations unit.
The functions of the investigation unit is to make follow-ups that aren't too clear. And the Director General will instruct us, go into this, go into that.
Director General kana yamaro dintella albula nyin noma ali nyin don noma sata aliketeng.
And as a former number 3
ko inana ketanu nyaton ka sabanyanguti
in the investigations department
bundala menga kisikisiroke
and a former director of external security.
And we inana keta nyaton ko me alon ko wolde marata tanko ni into topoto ko topoto nyala bantala.
This is your answer about the responsibilities of the investigations department?
Yes.
Ha.
One bullet point to make follow-ups about things that aren't too clear.
That's the essence of investigating. Why are you investigating what happened in the past? Tell me, you want to make sure that you know what is missing and what is not missing. You are following up.
I believe, Mr. Witness, you are oversimplifying this to the extent that you render it meaningless.
Ikala kokoni ikasu so ne ndi nyame nyala me yalon ko ikasu di nyame fa mola mi di ko na fa fa ndo yara bakale.
Did you people at NIA know what you were doing?
Adol NIA ali yalo na ka men fanke ba.
Did you know what you were doing?
Alta ali yalo na ka men kenu ba.
Because if this would be
ka ninga ya tara ninginam
your answer to the functions of the investigations unit,
then
it begs the question whether really the officers at the NIA knew what they were doing and what we were paying them for. to carry out follow-ups that aren't too clear. That's what you said. That's the functions of the investigations unit at the NIA. It's very sad, isn't it? I think it's quite obvious. Let's move on. The investigations unit was at the heart of the NIA, correct?
I don't understand.
It was one of the most important units in the NIA.
Yes.
Information received by various units of the NIA would eventually find it themselves at the investigations department for investigations.
If there is anything to be investigated, yes.
Okay. If the religion or political unit conducts an investigations and arrests are made, wouldn't the suspects be transferred to investigations department for investigation?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And the reason being, that is the sole responsibility of a particular department that makes the arrest.
Do you know the concept of cross-cutting issue?
Cross-cutting.
I don't know. Okay. You know, you have various sections at the NIA. You have political, dissidents and religious section.
Dissidents and the religion.
True?
Yes.
You have counter-espionage.
Yeah, counter-espionage for sure.
Yes.
You have internal security.
Yeah, bunda sort of member banko kono kunya tankola.
Yes.
And which other ones?
External security.
Would it surprise you that some of your staff don't even know the names of the various departments? No. Isn't that disappointing?
No. Well, I'll tell you why I said no. If you would allow me, sir.
We all know the concept of need to know.
Thank you. This is the reason of my saying no.
That should be an issue of subject matter. It should not be an issue of organizational structure.
In
fact, the organogram of the organization should be there for the members of staff to know.
Council, can you allow me to come in, please?
Please.
You see, the human being is such that it's always chaos. In intelligence, these things are kept secret, so that I will not have this ego to say, I want to know what's in CE, or I want to know what is in this department. So that the operatives We do not know until and unless you reach a certain stage, and then you start to know A, B, and C.
Wala ya sabu kalafi do kulali ko do long funin ayatara itata hanfo ifudata makamoto utumbolo sabu nyoto ninyin ntenga fahamu le nyam.
I think you are again trivializing a terrible situation.
Jikita ko hanin kabi ko to ke ibe ko landi kan ni nyala mi alon ko la nya jawlam.
So you have all this section,
silang ye bundal be soto jero.
And all these sections would require investigations.
Not
always. Again, all these sections are under the internal security.
Internal security.
External security was also under internal security?
No.
Munda tankunda me marli bantala nimbantala bankol temo tankando from bebe internal security la koraba
kani counter espionage, was it part of internal security?
Counter espionage from internal security la koraba.
Yes.
Okay, how about religion and political?
All religion units are under internal security.
So how many
internal security la koraba?
How many sections did you have in the NIA?
NIA ale bunda jendel sotoje.
I cannot count it offhand.
Okay. We would give you a pen, and during the run, write us the organigram of the NIA.
I can't do it.
I can understand if there is a secret unit within the NIA which you would not know. I can understand that. But to tell me that as a director, you do not know the formal organizational structure of the organization, that would be shocking. Do you have management meetings at the NIA?
We have briefings in the morning, director briefings.
And the directors would be the managers of the institution.
Yes.
And the directors would be identified, or they would identify themselves as directors of the various units.
And no director melu benunje momo nimmo bengonyi bekeri momo ko ke fay itande ntela munyi bunda kare la nyaton gon tele munyi bunda kare la nyaton ko ti fond.
Those directors is the director of internal, director of external, director of finance, the DG. Period.
Director director memberta tankola banko kan director memberta tankola banko e bantala director memberta na flula amin DG.
But that is understandable.
Yes.
But those directors would have units under them.
But what director fananka bundandi won soro ikotole.
Yes.
And it would be known that the directors have responsibility over these various units.
And that
I've said so. That the director for external is responsible for all other units. Director of internal is responsible for all other units.
Okay. So the elements of the organigram are beginning to emerge. You would agree?
Amunta sayin doku bunda sansangolo nya bidun abdamu tatale kafinti do man bunda lu lari nyami.
Director General. Correct?
Yes.
Or let's say President.
Misal kama niko President.
Then Director General, NIA.
The Director General soto NIA.
If I may ask, why President?
No.
President.
Because I am trying to think like you people. You are part of Office of the President.
Then
all departments should put the President within their organigrams. Don't you think so?
If they wish.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
So within the organization, Director General,
Kafonyi Fonkono Director General,
Deputy Director General,
Mensimbe Director General Kang,
and then you have the Director of Internal Security,
Utumo Director Soto Memata Banko Kanta,
Director of Finance,
Director Memata Nafulola,
Director of Counter-Espionage or Director of Internal Security?
No.
Director of Internal Security. External Security. Right?
External security.
I mean Director Memata Banko e Bantala Tankola.
And then there are units below these departments.
Bunda ndimulu fanalu bu bunda
Or
lukotole.
sections.
Wala fanalu.
Or directorates.
Ha.
For finance, you would have finance, human resources, and admin.
Those na fulo la karola ibe bunda soto la memmarta na fulo fongo maranyala hadamaya no la karola dukula la karola.
Those days, no.
Utilo lukono wotije.
You don't have human resources.
Almambunda soto memmarta hadamaya no do
My time. No, it's just the Director of Finance and Admin.
Ndela wato director memmarta na fulo la ani memmarta na
It's introduced, I understand.
Bari sai ngamo koyo fanan la fajele.
But even if you don't have a unit for human resources, admin would always obviously deal with human resources.
Hanna tana atelma bunda lori no soto. Memmarta do ko la no bundala. Woto memmarta do ko fo la nyala admin mararo. Ulbe mu la do ko la nyanta kala woti.
Well, Director of Finance and Admin.
Well, that's why I said Director of Finance and Admin.
Okay. It seems to me that you people at the NIA knew only what you could see on the surface. You don't, either you did not know how the organization functioned and what it was doing, or you refuse to tell. Which is it?
I don't understand you, because if you are telling me we don't know.
No. I say you either did not know
About what?
how the organization worked and the competencies of the various departments, or you refusing to tell. And either answer is disappointing.
I'm listening, because you said either answer will be disappointing, so I will not answer.
Where ko jabiru soto ndaje abakala jikila tewolti. Oto wala no jabiru
It's disappointing. If I said no, it's disappointing.
So ninko ha abakala jikila tewolti. Ninko ha ni halimbe abakala jikila tewolti.
Let's hear your position.
What?
On the proposition.
Nga men foteng.
But, Mr. Council, you said any answer will be disappointing, so no comment. That's my proposal.
Council jabiru bakala jikila tewolti. Oto wala ngante fenfola.
So you accept that the situation was disappointing?
That's your view.
But you think differently?
Unless if you want to think for me.
In 1995, well, somebody who knew what was going on, unlike you who did not know what was going on, that person testified. And they explained that when the information was received, the NIA established two teams. An arresting team, which went to the ground and arrested those who were part of this demonstration. Did that happen?
That's that person's opinion. He's aware, so I'm not.
Mr. Chair, remember yesterday we had, this is his testimony. This is my testimony. you choose which one you accept. That we heard from Peter, today we're hearing that from Paul, and this trend is going to continue.
I've never said choose what you take. I said,
well, you will reach
this
there.
person you are telling me said he was there, he was aware. So that's his version. I was not aware.
Okay, now we testimony with version. But we'll accept that. We would accept that. Is that person's version a lie?
I
wouldn't say. Because I don't know this person one. I follow the man who deny his version of the statement.
Salmina Drame said you organized two.
Salmina Drame ko ale fulala londi.
Two teams.
Kam fulala londi.
An arresting team and a receiving team.
Darlalu ani men yalon ko wolle be bendunna.
Is that a lie?
What he said is a lie.
Yes.
I cannot say anything on that.
And he said he was part of the receiving team.
That's him.
So he obviously, as part of the receiving team, he would know what the receiving team was doing, wouldn't he?
He's in the best position to answer that.
But if the NIA arrest people, they would bring them to the NIA headquarters, wouldn't they?
Yes.
And they would be given to people who would deal with them, who would process them.
Process them like?
Who would interview them, who would interrogate them.
Yes.
And those people would be the interrogators, correct?
No.
Those who would ask them questions. Those would not be interrogators. What do you understand interrogate to mean?
Let's say if my department investigation should arrest somebody to come in. It's our responsibility to find out. The reason why we brought it in to find out more into that reason. Likewise, other departments.
Mr. Witness, again, the effort to mislead is beginning to emerge. And I warn you that misleading the commission is a violation, is an offense. You are warned. Those who would question the witness, wouldn't that amount to interrogation?
So are you interrogating me? Because you are questioning me.
What do you think?
I'm just asking.
In this environment, it is a basic interview. It can also amount to an interrogation, but an interrogation is more typical in an environment where it's only the investigators who are present asking the questions. In this particular setting, we have a panel.
Janpo nga panel wala sura jamel besiri be la moyrola bari inibe nyinin karo ning fenko interrogate la o investigator kisi la le katra siring.
I know they'll be interviewed by the arrestees first.
Nalo melu mumutar laluti wala fulo be nyinin karo ka.
They know the reasons why they were arrested.
Wala dari long munan na itata nyimulu muta.
And then?
Yes, that's what I know.
No long.
Would it end there?
That depends on what they have.
Wala ututa membulu wala ye men soto.
So they have more difficulties their issue will refer to the DG.
Nin kole ya kulu nata fintije ikakuwa soundile kadi DG la wala msuti
DG will assign the department concerned.
Betul DG sa loko chika adido ku bundala menu nyanta marala wala.
Very funny.
Kata jilendi koti.
The department concerned would do the arrest.
Boko bunda me alon ko sulo be wolle kana muro wolle sulata.
Isn't it?
Wolle kata muro fonde.
I don't understand you.
Mafaham.
Which department would conduct the arrest?
Bunda jumala kata mutarola.
Any of the departments would conduct it. Any of them.
So it would be on their area of specialization. So they send it to the DG. And to use your words, the DG would send it to the department concerned. But the department concerned is the department that carried out the arrest. Let's stop the chase and stop playing games.
Mr. Counsel, maybe you are not getting me, but I am getting you.
Mr. Witness, I'm using your words, not mine. I'm using your words.
Again, don't misinterpret my words.
I'll give
you an example. I said, if it is my department, arrest somebody, I want to find out more into why we arrest him. If, for instance, there is something that has to do with the political side of our arrestee, the matter will send to DG and said, this is that. Then DG will send it to the department concerned to look into it.
You see, Mr. Witness, what you are saying does not make sense to you. And I would say why. From what you have said, there is no need for an investigations department at the NIA.
I'm listening why?
Because everything goes to the specialized unit.
No.
So you have seen the folly in what you have said.
No.
See, I told you, if it is just a moment, I told you that investigations was a cross-cutting issue.
Now, for investigation, bunda me alonko ya yele pour ko kisikisi bunda me alonko aselata bunda do lelkan.
The various departments would conduct arrests and they would go with the matter to the investigations department.
Bunda dol be bitala eta mutarola ni data yo mari muda na ko nyinta samba ya samba bunda me ka kisikisiroke.
Mr. Witness, Mr. Witness,
no, sir.
We have had enough evidence to be able to know that this was the case. You are trying to avoid the fact that issues were sent to investigations.
Because
you know that in 1995, when these people were arrested, they were sent to investigations. So you are trying to avoid accepting that that was the procedure because you want to remove yourself from what happened in 1995.
See, if I should tell you that what is there to be investigated, because these were demonstrators. Quell the demonstration. My understanding of it.
So there was no investigation.
As far as I know.
Mr. Witness, I hate to say it, but that is simply untrue. You would be the first witness to appear here and tell us this.
Maybe I'm the first witness who will tell you what he knows.
Maybe. If you
continue at this rate, you would be the most misleading witness to appear before the commission on the issue of the functioning of the NIA.
That's your opinion, sir.
So, Mr. Witness, you want to tell us that you were at the NIA at this time, you did not have a clue, you did not know what was going on with regards to these 1995 people who were arrested.
Can I tell you one thing?
Answer my question. Yes. You did not know anything about this.
Yes. Can I tell you one thing, sir?
No, just answer my questions. Just answer my questions.
Can I give you something else?
I hope it's not germane to this issue.
Yes,
please go ahead.
And then, in 1995, there was this bit of suspicion from people who were from NSS.
So, Bob Kering, Kodola, Kamolu, NSS.
We are not that percentage, 100% with the junta then.
Utumo nitelu nganiyo be mantara sojar mansakunda utumo.
I can tell you today that when I have heard about this arresting, I'm coming. I call prominent people I know within the PPP party and live today.
Many along the PPP.
Just to make sure that he is not within. That is Panyel and Suare.
Only
him. When I heard about it, I started calling people I knew. Even Jobate Mane, I went to his place.
In Mandika,
he said,
he said, in Mandinka, Jola cannot make me run from this country.
We all know that people at the NIA had divided loyalties. When your friend comes, you treat the person nicely. When other people come, you treat them brutally. That was the culture at the NIA. Okay, let's see whether you have treated the other people who were arrested just like you treated this person called Mane. What baffles me is, if you did not know anything about this, you did not know what was happening, how would you go to these people to try to help them?
I didn't say, I said I came out, when I came aware of it, I have to start calling people I know.
But you said you knew nothing about it.
When? So this was a community in the whole country. People knew there was going to be. I said
you knew there would be demonstrations. You knew they were arrested. But besides that, you knew nothing else.
Yes.
Yalon ko balambaya bekela. Yalon ko mutale. Yo bari kola ite ko mon fenfen longi.
Ani mofo. Ngal ko be mutale. So no mi longi mo kuma no mi long.
What was it that you knew?
They were going to arrest these people.
Yes, and then?
Calling people.
So you did not even know that they were arrested?
The time I was talking to these people...
just answer my question. Did you or did you not know they were arrested?
Some were arrested.
And where were they taken?
Most of them were taken to Fajara.
And the rest?
That I know of.
And the rest?
There were a few people who came to the NIA, I believe.
So you're saying you don't know, you merely believe?
Yes.
You merely believe, you don't know?
I believe.
So you don't know that they were brought to the NIA?
I said, I believe they were brought in the NIA.
Living
in something, you know about it.
No. You want me to I believe that God exists.
So you don't know God?
No.
You know God?
No. Do you?
Yes, I know.
What's his name?
He's the creator.
Well, Mr. Witness, let's stop playing games. Okay? A belief and knowledge are completely different.
Lanno ani londo ni farata bakele.
Knowledge is based on empirical facts.
Londo bellari kulle kamul mutuku sahari ulutimengu lota.
I know that this is plastic.
Nalon ko ni mufole uleti.
Okay? A belief is completely different.
Faratal ani faratal lanno ovani faratal.
Understand?
Ya faham.
Did you have first-hand knowledge that these people were brought to the NIA?
It's a first-hand knowledge. Can you please simplify it?
Mr. Witness, let's stop dilly-dallying and stop playing games.
I am not.
The fact of the matter is these people were brought to your unit and tortured by yourself and Fodebari and the rest of the team. That is what happened.
No, sir.
You are denying knowledge of the fact that the procedure was arrested people are brought to investigations because you know you are the one at investigations.
No, sir.
Were you not at investigation?
Yes, I was at the investigation, but they were never brought to the investigation.
Well, do you know a person called Bachsamba Jalo?
I first heard his name here.
Did you know him before?
Never.
Did you have a problem with a teacher from Kafuta, gentle soul, called Bachsamba Jalo?
What is his name again?
Bachsamba Jalo. No.
And for some reason, you are so handsome. But Samba Jallo suddenly plucked your name from the air and suggest that you were the person at investigations department at the NIA who brutalized him and crushed his genitals with a stone. And you have no connection, nothing to deal with this.
I come in.
Yes.
You see, at the first instance, where as per your advice this thing, said that I, myself, late Marina, forgive.
I can't hear you.
Mr.
Marina, Tala Marina,
Musa Kinte, and Fodebari.
Daba Marena, Fodebari, Babandin Jobate, Baba Sao, Salmina Drame.
And in Salimina Drame.
The one I have is Baba Saho,
Baba Sao,
late Marina,
and in Tala Marina,
his soul rest in peace,
Mr. Barry,
and Musa Kinte.
And Musa Kinte.
At the first place, during my period at the NSS NIA, senior officers are never on the ground.
That is simply unbelievable. That is simply unbelievable. 80% of the arrests that were going on at that time, we all were here. I cannot give evidence. There is common knowledge that it was you people who were going around arresting people. All these ministers and managing directors who were arrested and put on trucks were arrested by you senior officers. So you cannot tell us that you never went to the ground. That is certainly not true. That is not the case.
Mr. Counsel,
that is not the case.
I'm giving you my version.
Counsel,
sir,
You are giving your testimony.
Yes, please. Allow me to give my testimony.
So demanding
And your testimony and that of the others are different.
I and others are different.
We have heard from Peter the same lines, we are hearing from Paul the same lines. It's the same strategy of denials, but what you're saying is certainly not the case, Mr. Witness, and you know it is not the case.
You see, Mr. Counsel, please, can you listen to me? I believe that's why I'm here. My version of the story. You are not listening to me, I believe. Let me learn. Let me just give my explanation. My own version. Version you want. Somebody came to allege me. And this is a serious allegation, remember? We
are seeing the same game being replayed here. Proceed and play the same game.
Baje kan fere kilingo me yaron ko wala katama ne bari fana tendero yela karola piledo.
Mr. Bachsamba Jallo, I swear I'm on oath.
Please, just answer the question.
I did not
dukare sini karo jawe
arrest. Nor did I touch it with my hand.
As far as you are concerned, he was even never at the NIA.
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
So this is really, really interesting and really shocking. But Bachsamba Jallo is not even the only person to incriminate you. You have Senify. Did you know Senify before?
Yes, Senify lona komando bang.
No.
Ani. Have you ever met him?
Inana bentale bang?
No.
Ani. And for some reason, Senify was arrested in a completely different operation.
Senify kira molde me alon ko yamuda ni dandang le me alon ko af ani ndul ta faratale.
With Bachsamba Jallo.
Me alon ko ani Bachsamba Jallo ta faratale yimuda da men.
Senify was arrested at Kairaba Avenue.
Senify yata muta Kairaba mbedo le kan.
You are lying. Is he lying? You are laughing. Is he lying?
He's not speaking the truth.
Tell us why you said
I've never been out arresting him. I was a senior officer, remember?
Senify never said you arrested him.
I was never out on the arresting.
Senify never said you arrested him. Salmina said the arresting team was as follows. Usman Tamba, Seni Mane, Mamadou Pikajalo, and Musa Kinte.
That's Salman's department he's talking about. That's his department. Definitely he has.
Would that be correct?
That's his department.
Would that be correct?
It could.
You don't know.
I don't know. Wallahi, I don't.
This is what I'm saying. You are lying. You are hiding behind, I don't know. You are hiding behind, I don't know, because you know that the truth is not on your side. You knew that these people were the group that went to do the arrest. You are running away from the truth, Mr. Witness.
There's no reason why I should run away from the truth.
And
it is the responsibility of CE. When it comes to political issues, the Department of CE is their sole responsibility.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Usman Tamba, which department did he work in?
Usman Tamba,
that time?
Yes.
Definitely I can't remember where he was.
I
can remember.
Where?
CE.
Mamadou Pikajalo.
I cannot remember him.
Musa Kinte.
Kinte, yellow man.
You see, you hiding behind, I don't know, I can't remember, because you know that the truth is not helpful to you.
The
Daba Marena, which unit?
Department of CE.
Salmina Drame?
Salimina Drame.
Sal, I believe he was with CE.
Exactly. So this was a CE operation.
So that has nothing to do with investigation.
Okay. So this group went to the American embassy and apprehended the people. And at night, you, the senior officers, went to arrest other people from their homes. You see, Mr. Witness, your name was not the sweetest name at the NIA for victims to just come and plug it from the air and parade it as their victimizers. Why would a victim want you to be his victimizer when he knows that it's another person who victimized him? Why?
Munanga mo mutarino bina bete to kuyala kafoko itele mantoro lante kang satara dole ya kyala sai itele munanga dobina okela bakela mun dalila ne kang.
That is best known to the victim.
Are you ashamed about what has to Samba Jallo? Some NIA officer took a stone and crossed his genitals? Are you embarrassed by that? Is it shameful?
If that is what happened,
it's inhuman. Is it also shameful?
Nobody can do that.
Is it also shameful?
So nobody can do that.
Answer my question.
Yes,
it is shameful.
It is sinful.
Is it embarrassing that your name is associated with that activity?
It hurts me initially.
And that is precisely the reason why you are avoiding. You are refusing to accept it.
Definitely no.
And tell me a reason why Samba Jallo would call your name. Okay, he mentioned Daba Marena. Is he wrong when he said Daba Marena was amongst those who dealt with him? Is he wrong? You saying that this was an operation by CE, counter-espionage. Daba was head of counter-espionage. Was the witness wrong when he said that he was arrested by Daba, he was dealt with by Daba at the NIA? Was he wrong?
Arrested by Daba. If the men of Daba arrest him, yes, as the senior man there, you can say Daba Lamun.
Yes, if he was Ning Ayatara Dabala Mulle.
How about being dealt with by Daba himself? Is he wrong in saying that? I am not talking about who is what type. I am not asking you that. The question I am asking is by saying that he was dealt with by Daba and others. So Daba did not deal with him.
I wouldn't know.
So how can you therefore say that he is wrong?
This is a person I know.
Mr. Witness,
somebody I know.
The fact of the matter is, you were all torturers at the NIA. That is the truth. That was the culture of the organization. You may deny it because you are ashamed by what happened to Samba Jallo. But your colleagues have accepted it because they are honest about what you people were doing. You are ashamed to accept that you crossed this person's genitals with a stone. It's a barbaric act. You are ashamed of it.
Mr. Counsel. You are like that I did it. I'm saying no, I didn't.
So we should leave it at that and we move on.
It's now left to you people. Because this is why
we have had this yesterday. We have had this.
You are giving me your opinion about the allegation laid against me. You are giving me your opinion. This is what Mr. X said.
You see, we have had exactly the same arguments yesterday. Exactly the same words. Let us move on. Let us move on. But Bachamba is not the person who would just come and plug your name from the air. This is a person who's never met you. Came here. Somebody from the air I prove to you here. Okay. People came here saying I was there, I was this, and I proven to you that. It's never true. You see, sir, please. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Mr. Witness, if you work with a person, all right, so extensive, the person mistakenly suggests that you are present when you are not. That is completely different from a complete stranger who has never seen you, who never knows you, never had your name, for that person to just suddenly fabricate a story around you. And puts you in a position where your work and your position at that time would make you to be there. That is no fabrication. That is no fabrication.
If somebody who works with me for a long time come over and repeat somebody who accused me, and this person I work with knows he's lying, how are others going to, this somebody is worldwide.
We have had this argument yesterday. But this is not an issue for argument.
No, it's an issue. It's an issue. I'm a family man.
Mr. Witness, let's address the accusation of Bachamba Jallow. We are not addressing the accusation of another person.
You brought in that. This is why I'm saying.
Mr. Witness, this is not arguments.
I'm not. Okay? And I don't want to.
Tell me the reason why Bachamba Jallow, a person you've never met, a person you do not know, a person who doesn't know you, a person who doesn't know where you work, a person who doesn't know what you did, to just suddenly describe you and puts you exactly and precisely in the position that you worked, the person must have had knowledge about you.
Afonye dalilo memba sabul Bachamba Jallow be findila nan wrong mola me anko amelong anana meje anana amel dingira long ay na fanje ku kono me alon ko ay to foji andunga fo nyame nga cilinta wala nyama ko do makamol da rio palaso de do bundaldo me alon ko menal me long fang.
With all due respect to Mr. Samba Jallow, he's an elder person, but he's not talking the truth.
Answer this question for me. Why would a person who has suffered everything that Bachamba Jallow has suffered, why would that person wants to substitute you with somebody else? Why would Demba torture him and he turns and say it is Baba and not Demba? Why?
That answer could only be done by Mr. Bachamba Jallow.
But you know, why did he say I? But you know rational human beings don't behave like that. You know that.
I cannot answer that.
You cannot answer that. Precisely because that wouldn't be factual.
No, precisely because I never studied psychology.
Let me ask you this question. Were you working at the NIA at the time?
Yes, I was.
Were you working at the investigations department at the time?
Yes,
Were you working with Fodebari at the time?
Yes, I was.
Were you working with what's his name again? Baba Dinding Jobate at the time?
Inim Baba Dinding Jobate be do ko kan nyokande wato la ba.
Yes, I was. Ha utumu wabe wol lebiji.
Was Dabamarena present there at the time? Was he working at the NIA at the time? Wasn't he responsible for counter-espionage at the time?
He was head of counter-espionage at the time.
Wasn't it his responsibility to ensure that these people were arrested at that time?
I can say yes, no.
Well, you told my reason. Mr. Witness, you cannot have it both ways. You told us that this was an operation by counter-espionage.
Arrested. This is why I said yes, no.
Okay, let's focus on the yes, and we put the no for the time being. We put that aside. It was his responsibility to arrest these people.
You said we put it yes.
Musa Kinte worked for counter-espionage at the time.
I call that one, to be honest. I confirm that of Salmina.
Okay. Do you think that it is humanly possible for Bachsamba Jallo to guess and fabricate and get it precisely correct?
And now follow Fansun Kunna Miro Ninga Tilingo Kono.
That all these people, Salmina Drame,
Salmina Drame,
Musa Kinte,
and Musa Kinte,
Dabamarena, Fodebari, Baba Dindin Jobate, and Baba Saho. For him to fabricate without having any knowledge about these people, that when he was arrested, he was entrusted in the hands of these people and they tortured him. Is that possible? Is that humanly possible?
If I can give an example here.
Is that humanly possible? Just answer the question, yes or no?
No.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
Okay, then let's move on.
Yes, it's not possible.
Okay. Can you
allow me?
I am satisfied with the
I know you are
answer.
satisfied, but I just want to give something out. If you talk about TRNC, the first person they will talk is SRC. So
look, Mr.
I'm just giving you an example.
It's the same example we received yesterday. Really? It's the same example that Bishop objected to. They are playing from the same hymn book. They are one and the same, Peter and Paul. They are giving us the same crap. They are feeding us the same falsehood. I will move on. Mr. Chair, if you permit, I'll move on.
So you wouldn't allow me to learn?
Because you are feeding us the same falsehood that we had yesterday.
You are depriving me from my right to talk.
No, I am not depriving you from your right to talk. I am telling you that the commission is not accepting or receiving that answer because it's the same falsehood we received yesterday. It's the same example. Word for word. It's so scripted that it is
whether it's the same answer or not, it is denying me. Let me learn.
It is so scripted that it is shocking. And it is disappointing. It is laughable. It is laughable that you and Fodebari would give exactly the same answers using exactly the same words. It is laughable. This is not a game. People are hearing.
That's your view. We don't talk about people. You talk on your own.
Let us move on to Senify. Even if we accept that Mr. Bachsamba Jallo has 6 senses, he can guess the people at the NIA, guess their respective roles and functions, guess their names, guess who they work with, guess that they created teams,
kunna miro di fanandi ko ye kafole londi
and correctly guess the team that dealt with him.
no ay nana o soto fanfanke ko ala miro ya di la nyamen ko kafo nyimol men ya la kurmuta.
You said that's not humanly possible.
Let's
assume that Bachamba Jallo did that. I don't think there would be another person like him in the Gambia who could again guess the same thing. Here we have Senifai. And he guessed the same set of people. He said, Daba Marena. According to him, he was director of operations. He may be mistaken in the title. But he mentioned Daba Marena. He mentioned Salimina Drame. He mentioned Baba Saho. All right? And he also mentioned Musa Kinte. He also mentioned Mamadou Pikajalo. He also mentioned Seni Mane. Isn't that a strange coincidence?
See, like I said here, he cut me short. We all know that it is the TRC has so many people.
But I'm just coming a witness. Save us with that example. Just answer the question. Save us with that example.
I cannot save you with that example because I'm using it as just to show you that all what he's saying is so true. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's only SFL who is at the TRC?
No. And well, Mr. Witness, you use that analogy. Well, TRRC is broadcasted on TV. Everybody sees who is here.
Yes.
Okay. So, look, these statements were written ages ago, even before TRRC hearings. So if that is what you want to say...
No, I'm just giving you an example. I'm giving you an example. My name at the NIA then, I'm asking for Baba Saho. They didn't know me. They'll come and ask me, myself.
Why do you think you had such a name?
Excuse me.
Why do you think you had such a name?
Because of my honesty. I'm very honest in
well, according to the witness, because you were a torturer.
This is God knows and I know.
Of course it will hurt you. It was embarrassing today that you were torturing people then.
It is still hurting me because I never did it. It's not me. It's not just my style.
But Mr. Witness, what is baffling, what you can't explain, is that two people who have no connection with each other. One was arrested this time, the other was arrested that time. They both guess the same set of people as responsible for torturing them. And all those people were precisely in the position to carry out that torture.
Because any time in my life where I operate with Salimina,
the same argument Fudebari made. Precisely the same argument.
We have not the same, we have different categories.
Mr. Witness, you have the same template. You are singing from the same hymn book. SFL is not the only person at TRRC. But this is his testimony, that is my version. You guys are playing from the same hymn book.
That's how you see it.
It's all,
that's how
it's a dual defense.
I know I'm speaking the truth. And I believe in what I'm telling you. Wallahi billah, I know what I'm saying. You see, I would have, if I have offended, I'll ask for his forgiveness. Because if I don't answer him,
Mr. Witness,
I'm coming,
you would not do that.
Wallahi, I mean,
you would not do that.
If I had,
you would not implicate your colleagues, because by you accepting
If I had, I said,
By you accepting, you would incriminate for the body, and you would never do that.
I said, if I had,
wrong,
I don't want to die with a sin.
You will never do that.
I seek forgiveness to whoever I offend.
You see, you are yin and yang, Peter and Paul. You protect each other. You live together or die together.
That's your opinion.
But that is what is coming out.
That's your opinion about us.
That is what is coming
And
out.
which is wrong. I told you my relation with
Address Senify. Why would Senify, who does not know you from Adam,
best known to him,
want to come and say that you tortured him?
Best known to him. It's only Seni who can say that.
Well, Seni said it.
So I cannot.
Seni said you tortured him. And not only did you torture him, not only did you torture Bachsamba Jawa, you tortured a whole lot of other people. People who were arrested together with them. You tortured Njundu Jawara, Lamin Kanaji, Alaji Moru Keba Sedikan, Lang Hawa Sonko, Fode Sise, Sirif BI, and Omar Ba. That's what you people do. You are torturers.
I'm sorry.
And that is why you are the most notorious at the NIA. You think that was popularity. It was notoriety. No, I'm not insulting anybody. I am characterizing the evidence.
No, you are characterizing us. This is why you said that's why you are so notorious.
Yes, because the witnesses say you are torturous. Mr. Witness, I am restating exactly what the witnesses say.
I don't expect him that word from him that we are so notorious.
I don't know, witness. Give me a second.
Okay, sir.
What he is doing is placing on record what we heard from witnesses here. That is done, and then he asks them questions and would allow you to answer his questions. But the fact that he is placing those references on record will continue as well.
Munta kumul mulu futa jang akawolle nyinin ka alun wairi atayaje ate mukulle ti sedolle ya fujang woto akawolle yitandu wonya ke banke ko dolle na tajam memle nyim fujang.
He's not accusing you of anything or saying
Mr. Witness, you call yourself popular. I am saying that is notoriety.
Let's listen to the interpreter, interpret that, and then you respond. Okay. Then we'll come.
Amunta kansule menfole nyintiko ete ya mira ko tobo di malem amanke tobo di mati tobo toku yarino amunta wole fote maja.
Mr. Chairman, I think I heard him very well. He asked me, he said, why do you think people will ask about you? I said, because of my kindness.
When
he was addressing, talking about Mr. Sinifai, I believe. They were asking about you because of your notorious. Definitely, with due respect, I don't expect that from you. Due respect.
Mr. Witness, I will not apologize for saying that. The same stunt was pulled yesterday. Withdraw that word. Don't use rude. It's the same playbook that we are seeing here. I withdrew it yesterday because I thought perhaps that was the right thing to do, just to bring down the temperature. It's the same stunt that is being sold.
I am notorious, that's what you are telling me.
I am telling you that if we read this, what you thought was popularity should in fact be interpreted as notoriety.
Mr. In what they told you than what I am telling you.
Well, Mr. Witness, I have it here. 9 people are claimed to have been tortured by you.
No,
I said it is claimed that you tortured 9 people. Bachsamba Jalo, Seni Fai, Njundu Jawara, Lamin Kanaji, Alaji Morikeba Sedikan, Langhawa Sonko Fodi Sise, and Sirif BI and Omar Ba.
I will be to Foteli Tata for Mokolon to Wolen fo ya fo jang ko ite tata mole kulmini tajirea.
So if you think that by people saying Baba Saho is because you're popular, this suggests it's because you're notorious.
Akonia mira mulu baka fu Baba Saho ya mira to di ale moti. Bari mem fota jang membe nyin kaito bala. Umu toku yalti.
Can you allow him now to just respond on that point?
Yes.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
There is never a time that I tortured these people. There is never a time
you see, Mr. Witness, you say you are a kind person.
I know that.
You are a good person.
No.
Let's assume that the people during 1995 are mistaken.
1995
Let's see what happened in 2000. Mr. Ibrahim Barrow, do you know him?
Mr. Ibrahim Barrow, yeah,
no. Honey, you don't know anybody called Mr. Ibrahim Barrow, a businessman?
Mr. Ibrahim Barrow,
no. Honey, why would Mr. Ibrahim Barrow say that in 2000?
Mr. Ibrahim Barrow, 2000.
He was arrested in connection with an alleged coup d'etat or assassination plan by Lalo Jaite. And he was tortured by a panel of which you were a member.
So it's unfortunate I couldn't produce my evidence. Like that period you are talking of, I was not in the country. I wish
okay,
I could.
Okay. What
aketa ko masayo ko ntena sede dalilo lu bondino la bari ikawato men fan fotengo mahani ndetara banko kan.
Which period are we talking about?
The water jingle for Kanya.
Some me ka 2000.
When in 2000?
2000.
Yesterday you said I don't know May. Yesterday you told me.
Sere kunu ya fanye ko
May 2000, yes.
You said so.
2000.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I can't recall exactly, but
this was yesterday, no?
Yes. I am asking you which period in 2000. You said May
2000.
You said to be May. That's what you told me.
Mr. Witness, I cannot recall exactly what I told you. What I told you, I get from the statement. All right?
Okay.
All right. But you need to know exactly which period you were out of the country.
I wish.
Do you know which period you were out of the country?
Yes.
When were you out of the country?
My first outing was with Mr.
Just tell us when.
This should be around January because I went with him to Nigeria to study on electronics and bomb making, bomb destruction, something.
Data Nigeria kata kurang kunya lukarang anini bomb danu from Abdul Kulman Tilindawala. Karifula.
February, March. I came back, I went back again with Musa Diba.
Nata ni Musa Diba muruta kotake.
Matar Bojang. 3 of us.
Musa
months.
Karisaba.
When?
What did you mean?
This should be,
you see, you're saying
March.
1 second.
This is what I'm saying. I said,
go on.
For 3 months.
Karisaba.
Because when we came, I spent,
What months?
Karijimanyulu.
Should be March, April, May. No, I came back with this month because we spent 2 months there. We went with February, March. We came.
That
February, March. 3 months.
Your name Musala
March, April, May, and June.
March, April, May, and June.
So during the month of May, you were out of the country?
Yes.
Definitely
yes.
Council, continue.
I told you this. I said I can lay hand on the passport I was using. That's service passport. I would have shown it to you like I did with this one.
Yeah, just let him continue.
So you cannot show us anything to show
As
that.
at now, yes.
Okay, as at now.
Yes.
All right.
But I'll make efforts.
Okay.
I promise you.
You make efforts.
I promise you that.
Inshallah.
No lie do.
At that time, was Fodebari in the service? He said yes, he was. In 2000, obviously he was. Why would you think?
No.
In 2000?
2000. Yes, he was.
2000.
Yes.
What was his position?
He was the head of investigation.
I tell them kisikisiri bunda nyato nkote.
Would investigations be involved with people who were arrested with regards to a plan to kill the president?
Most of the time, yes. There are times when the military int will come with them.
It's what?
It's their show, military int. But there are times soldier will but what will be invited in?
Another answer. Straight from the Fodebari hymn book. That's why I asked you very early on, did you listen to yesterday's testimony? It's quite obvious they're using exactly the same words.
We have been together a long time.
And the answer to that was in the negative.
Exactly.
But if you can ask him a few questions and then we'll take our 1 hour lunch break. But you go ahead and tell me when you through with him on the for lunch break.
Obviously, if investigations is to be involved, Fodebari would necessarily be involved in the inquiry at the time, seeing that he was head of investigation, as you suggest.
Yes, he was head of investigation. I said, if we are in, if the department is invited to join them.
So things happen by invitation. It's not by responsibility.
Mr. Consul, these are soldiers that came in with their people. It's sad that they were using our premises. It's very sad.
Don't you think Fodebari would necessarily be invited? He is the person viewed as the expert.
As the
expert.
Wasn't
he the leading expert for investigations at the NIA? No, answer my question. Wasn't he regarded as the leading expert for investigations in the NIA?
Individual difference comes in. You may see more an expert.
You are avoiding
if it is me, question. I'll say no. If it is for me, I'll say no.
Who was the leading expert?
No.
Who was the leading expert?
Was there any?
Yes, they said it was Fodebari.
You see, here, say again, individual difference comes in. They may see him as an expert. I may not see him as an expert.
And what did you see him as?
A co-worker who is very good in what he's doing.
And and what he was doing makes him what?
So makes him
very good.
We call that expert.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
We call that expert.
I take that from you. Thank you.
So he was the expert.
He was said to be the expert.
Yes. You also say him to be the expert.
He's good.
That gives him expertise.
I cannot say he's an expert. But
you see, you guys are playing games to defend each other, to protect each other. You are playing games to protect each other, to defend each other.
If he dies, he's going to his own hole. I'm going to my own hole.
Yes.
Yes,
because if you do him in, he would also do you in. So you protect each other.
Definitely no. Danny, I always speak the truth, my mind.
Mr. Witness, the problem you have is you cannot explain why respectable strangers who do not know you from Adam, they had no prior contact with you, never had your name, never had the names of your colleagues, never been to the NIA, never understand how you are organized. And suddenly these people come out and describe everything about you. And the only thing you say they got wrong is the shameful act they allege you did to them. You want reasonable people to believe you? Yes. Well, reasonable people don't behave like that. They will not believe me. They don't behave like that. They don't believe in me. That's what you say. That's what I'm asking you. Mr. Chair, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Council, if you intend to come back to what you referred to as cross-cutting issues within the NIA, it would be very helpful if the witness can help in constructing a very simple organigram that if you're coming back to the cross-cutting issues. I found it absolutely unbelievable and to a certain extent bewildering that we spent 40 minutes on a very simple thing that could be done in 3 minutes, where you struggled to try to understand, to help us understand the structure of the organization, how things moved from one area to the other, and it was all left dangling. We couldn't get any thing going on. So if you're coming back to those cross-cutting issues, at some point, if you can, we take 3-5 minutes of your lunch time to just construct a very simple organigram of divisions, directors heading divisions within NIA, and the subdivisions or the subsidiary bodies under those divisions, so we get to understand it. We will share it with the Commission, we would have it in front of us, and if you get to the cross-cutting issues, we would understand. Sorry, interpreters, I just needed to stay on this point to do it. Yeah.
If I may comment, Council.
Council, do you intend to get to
yes.
those cross-cutting issues?
And I am doing that elliptically, Mr. Chair. I just don't want to clearly telegraph it, but I am doing it gradually. And at a point, we would see it crystallize.
Bravo. That's good. Okay.
Yes, you wanted to say something?
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the best, because the organization is still there, and it's the same people. If you could talk to maybe Director General, he can give you the organigram of the.
No, not the personnel. Not the personnel we're
talking
about. We're talking about the structure at the time that you were.
This is what I'm saying. The structure there.
Mr. Witness, you are the one on the hot seat.
It's not.
Or you didn't know?
I thought I'm here to give my version, advice to defend the advancement of this.
Let's go on. Let's go on this point.
You are the one to answer these questions. We want to know what you know.
But I've already told you what I know.
Well, you told us you don't know how the NIA was structured.
I told you.
That's what you said.
If I can give you a full, I said I'm going to find it difficult.
Because you don't know it.
Yeah, I'm going to find it difficult.
So that means you don't know how the NIA was structured.
You explain it to me here.
As a director of the organization.
Director General, Deputy Director General, Director Internal, I told you that.
No, I was helping you. I was helping you construct it.
I confirmed it with you. I said, yes, that's it.
You were agreeing with what I said.
Because it's the truth.
Well, and that was what I did not want. He kept you just saying, well, you have this unit there, you agree? Yes. You have that unit there, you agree? Yes.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, what I was doing
that
is,
was not-
I was showing that this is very easy. He is just refusing to tell us, because by telling us he would accept responsibility for these tortures, which he did not want to do. That is precisely the game you are playing. Oh, I don't know the role we were doing. So therefore, they did not come to us. That is what you were doing.
So at some point, witness, we're going to take a 1 hour lunch break. If we can just have that simple organigram, 2-3 minutes of your time, we would do it and circulate it to the commissioners here.
With all respect, sir, I think I'll find it difficult to make it.
I beg your pardon?
I say with all respect, I'll find it difficult to make it.
If you do that, the commission may make a finding that...
I would love to. I would love to. Well, I would love to.
We will get together.
Okay.
At some point, you will come to my office. The legal team would give me an assistant, would sit with you, and I'll show you how an organigram is drawn.
How it is drawn?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
We'll work it out. 2-3 minutes.
And Mr. Chair, if that happens, I would wish it to be on the record.
Yes, indeed.
That the director, a former director of the NIA, was assisted by the legal team to produce an organogram of the NIA.
Yeah,
Thank you,
absolutely.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will resume at 2:45. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
TRRC is mandated to make recommendations for prosecution or amnesty for human rights violations. However, the TRRC has not made any recommendations for prosecutions yet.
All right.
Honey, did you remind him that the last time he sent the money, it was not enough to buy all the provisions?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell him.
Are you guys talking about money transfer to buy provisions?
Yes.
But
Don't you know about Baluwo?
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 What is Baluwo?
Baluwo is a service that your son can use to send provisions directly to you guys from the shop. And you don't have to worry about the exchange rate.
Tell me how Baluwo works.
It's very simple.
Just log on to baluwo.com and shop, or download the app on your phone. You can shop on the website or using the app to buy online basic products for your family and friends. With Baluwo, you decide what your money is spent on. Your money, your choice. Buy online products for your family and friends in the Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria or Mali. Baluwo, better than sending money.
Welcome back from the lunch break. Council, if you are ready, shall we continue? Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. We are ready to proceed, and may I ask that the witness be brought in, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Welcome back.
Sedo in Barabaka, bismillah, kotange.
Thank you. Before the break, we were talking about 2 torches at the NIA, which you were incriminated. And you have explained that you were not there. You have nothing to do with those people.
Ya sara janko imantara minje man fensoro me alonko ye kutamande nyulla kuodo.
You are confronted with a 3rd accusation, which is the torture of Ibrahima, what's his last name again? Barrow.
Ibrahima Barrow la tajiriya mella rakang.
And that one too you have denied involvement.
And wofanangi balanda wala ko idamantara je.
Correct?
Tonya?
That's correct.
Well, before the break, the chair had also asked that you draw an organogram
kiamano e kanindo ke la polisin de ma wolem do ko bunda nying ila do ko la sandon ko do du malanko palasol be di be bundal be di yelare nyamen jero isa nune moli.
Were you able to do that?
For you okay no leba?
Yes, I was.
Okay. May I take a look at it?
Fonsa je jube no ba?
Mr. Witness, I see that under counter-espionage, you have 3 units, D1, D2, D3.
Ngaji janko bunda la bika fudame de counter-espionage nga bundanding sabale jeje kafme D1, D2, D3.
These are different units. They are all units. Counter-espionage is its own unit, D1, D2, D3.
You'll be able to function bunda lati. Counter-espionage kodo ya D1 to D2, D3.
Okay, I saw that you created the box headed by counter-espionage and you put D1, D2, D3 and then another box, investigations, operations.
Ngaje yenu ne roke blalo me alonko ya itendije me alonko wollem bundal de me alonko be counter-espionage koto.
The way it is written, it seems to suggest that counter-espionage
nyala ya safi nyame ngai ni tandiji alafta atandile je ko counter espionage
is the
can I have a pen, please?
Yes, could he be provided with a pen?
Okay, let me see.
Check the drawer.
Let me see.
Oh, you have one now.
I believe so.
Okay, give him a pen, please.
And once you sort that out, Council, if the Secretariat can make copies for the commissioners,
yes,
while you are talking about it, we see it in front of us.
Yes.
That would help us understand the thing very well.
Ya man kame fa council wala min de ko tumala men okay ni sedo nyim pareta be ne fa pareta isi adi bunda la me alon go wala mara do ko ta mandir nyalla nyang isa photocopy ya di commissioner fa na isaje ifanan sa jube ko tumala men ko be tarata makang.
Thank you.
So you are suggesting that counter-espionage is part of the Directorate of Internal Security?
Muntai kame itande ja wala bundale ka me counter-espionage abe bundale ko me alon ko wala marling external affairs.
No, internal security.
Tanko bunda me alonko wala betama wala katama nda kono to jambam ko kanjam.
Yes, sir.
So in essence, you have 3 directorates.
Munda bunda roje nyaton kasabale beje.
At the time, yes.
Wato.
Internal, external, and admin and finance.
Kono kono tanko kono kunyala nim bantala nim nafulo. Maranya.
So what does D1 stand for?
D1 okoto munedi.
That one I definitely can't ask at now remember, but
I won't have to
the division responsible for I'm not too sure. It's subject to verification, please.
Among Senema Bake, for Ninkaro Kai Senema.
Either agriculture.
How about D2?
D2
This is what I'm saying. All these things is subject to verification.
You'll be in Kola for them.
You haven't told us anything that is subject to verification. If you don't know, tell us you don't know.
Mon fam fo jamme alonko a jareta pour ya sene andi fo ya nyini karo kala sene yama ni mala ndo afo mala.
One is responsible for agriculture.
Other
is
ko fula nyawo sere marale mo.
Second one.
One among the trees, one is responsible for agriculture.
Sabol kono kilimo wolbe marale seno kunyala.
The other is responsible for political issues.
The
third, if I'm not forgetting, is responsible for military.
You have the economic sabotage unit.
Tanko franco kunya me alonko wala lafta ka do yaro do kala ko to.
You don't know? You have armed security and dissident group.
Armed security and dissident.
Armed security services and dissident groups.
Tanko kunya.
That's why I say security. It's either D3 or D2.
It's again surprising no, you told us that you do not know the functions. What is it? You don't know the functions. Even the investigation departments, you don't know the functions. You gave us only one function.
I know their responsibilities, but their functions, I cannot tell you that. How do they function? I would not know. They are responsible for.
Responsibilities and functions in your head are different.
Again, it depends on how you see it.
How do you see it?
I see difference there.
Well, are you satisfied with my suggestion that D1 would be politics and religious affairs? Politics and religious affairs? That is religious fundamentalism and whatever you call it.
Dino Maranya.
Well, are you telling me they are responsible for that? I can't remember. I know it is there, but who is responsible? Which department is responsible? I cannot remember.
You cannot also confirm economic sabotage?
I can confirm, but under which department? Is it D1 or D2 or D3? I don't know. This is what I'm saying. D2. This is what I'm telling you.
But you don't even seem to know I mean, what these Ds entail. You know there is D4.
You are telling me. I can't remember.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I think the record is clear. The Commission would be able to draw their findings. So I would not go back to Senify's accusation against you. The only defense you have is your statement that What they said is their version.
It's
not true. Finish. Halas.
Yes, sir.
That's all you have as your defense.
Yes, because.
And with regards to Bachsamba Jalo too, the only defense you have, it's not true. That is their testimony.
Bachsamba Jalo fanana Karola yemen soro je be fan tankandi la menda tumiro nyi kono wala nyindi ko ay men fo wonten to nyati.
Ibrahim Baro also.
Ibrahim Baro fana.
All you have is it's not true. This is their testimony. That's all you have, correct? Good. So now,
Council, before you continue, now that we have the organogram before us, can you ask the key question again, if you don't mind, on the cross-cutting? You just need to know.
Yes. Mr. Witness.
Help us understand.
The unit that was specialized, tasked at the NIA to be investigating issues the NIA is interested in would be what unit?
Bunda me ya lonko ikadugo dila la puru ye ko kiskis men ya lonko NIA ay sula la wala mjumalti.
It depends on under which department it falls.
Tutala wobe fanna jumala ko doku fanna min koto.
Are the departments standalone investigating units?
When it comes to their issues, yes.
But in that case, there is no need for an investigative unit. The investigative unit is redundant.
Investigation
Mr. Witness, we have spoken to a lot of NIA officers. And what they say is that the various units would do their work and they would send the matter to investigation for investigation. These people are lying. Hold a second, you've answered. Let me just ask my questions. Just a moment.
Okay.
We have heard from the current Director General, Mr. So.
Mr. So.
He said when Lankabu and Co. were arrested, after the operation, they handed the matter over to investigation. It's a matter for investigation. These Farafenya attackers, when they are brought, they were handed over to Fodebari for investigation. What he denied was that he was not at the door to receive them. But they were handed over to investigation for investigation. Who had his testimony, that's what he said.
I think if you had his testimony, that's what he said. I didn't listen to his testimony as of yet. If you listen to me proper, you get me. Like, yes, he went out, they picked somebody, investigated.
Yes.
Informed the DG, handing him or whoever to the investigation department for further investigation. This is why I said further.
Mr. Witness, you did say that the various units would investigate their cases. That's what you said. You refused to accept that the departments, the various units would submit their issues to investigations. It
has to go through the channels.
But Mr. Witness,
they will be directed.
Please
take this to that place.
Please, Mr. Witness.
Okay, sir.
Everything that is done at the institution is done at the behest of the Director General.
So
if they inform the Director General that we are sending it for investigations, it is still sent for investigation.
Yeah, Director, but
is that really significant?
Yes, it is. You see,
Mr. Witness, wouldn't it be sent to investigations for matters to be investigated?
Yes.
Exactly. This is different from all the answers you had given before. I gave you specifically the example of religion. Whether if they have an issue, which unit they would submit it to. You said no, it would be submitted to religion.
This is where they felt that they cannot go further. This is why I said we follow it up.
Mr. Witness, the investigations unit was the investigative arm of the NIA. The various units, after conducting their operations, would submit the matter to the investigation unit for investigations. That was used to happen.
Yes. Okay. It must go through the DG, please.
It does not matter where it goes through.
It matters.
It does not matter where it, okay, let's agree. It goes through the DG.
Good.
And the DG is satisfied. Okay, and the DG directs that it goes to investigations.
Yes.
Okay. So tell us the 1995 people who were arrested.
1995
wasn't it a matter for investigation? It was not a matter for investigation. So what would the NIA do with it? Yes, come in.
This was an operation carried out by the plainclothes of the President's office.
Mr. Witness, but that is certainly not the case.
I'm coming, yes, because...
No.
Just allow me to learn, please.
But
please, allow me to learn.
Let me ask my questions. I will not allow you to just narrate a story.
I'm not narrating, I'm giving you an answer.
Hold a second.
Why I said what I said.
Hold a second. You would give me an answer. You told us that the operation was carried out by Usman Tamba.
Who told you that?
I gave you the statement by Salmina Drame.
I said that's his department.
You said it was external counter-espionage that dealt with it. And counter-espionage at the time was led by Dabamarena.
Yes.
Okay, and the witness who was in counter-espionage said it was Usman Tamba, counter-espionage, Seni Mane, you don't know where he worked, Modu Pikajala, and Musa Akinte. You said Musa Akinte was in counter-espionage. So the witness...
I said,
yes.
I can remember that of Salmina Drame.
And?
When you spoke, I said Musa, I said...
And who else?
And Seni Mane,
exactly.
Yes.
And of course, Dabamarena.
He's the head of the CE.
Right, yes. So you got 3 out of 6.
The other 2 I can't recall where they were.
Exactly. So the witness said it was conducted by these people. It was not conducted by plainclothes from State House.
That's his version of understanding because he was involved. My version, that's my understanding. This is what I'm saying. These people were, most of them were picked by the state guards.
Most of them.
I'm not saying all of them.
None of the witnesses who appear here said they were picked by state guards.
Because maybe they don't know as I do. Like he said, I'm not, like Salmina said, I don't know as what he said, I didn't know anything about it.
Okay. Now let's talk about the investigations.
I said there was no investigation.
So these people were just collected, taken to Fajara barracks, and some taken to NIA. So in NIA they were held there for decoration.
See. Can I come in?
We are waiting for you.
The casing was done by the CE.
The what?
Casing.
The casing was done by
the CE.
And what do you mean by casing?
Okay. Casing under such, like if you want to do any operation, to
to know the place where the person is first. How he moves, where he goes to. Then, you come and set and go and arrest.
You see, we are not talking about all these preliminaries. We are talking about what happened to these people once they were brought at the NIA. You said there was no investigation.
As far as I know.
You are just running away from the existence of an investigation because you do not want to put yourself in there.
I'm not running away from it. Going out to demonstrate. And then what? So that they will be able to go and demonstrate. See, our job is proactive. We don't wait until it happens. Whenever it happens, we fail.
You are talking about something completely different.
I'm just giving you a scenario.
What baffles me? What baffles me is that you would have an investigative unit. You arrest people. They were to be investigated. And you do not investigate them.
What were they going to be investigated on? Because these were people who said we are going to demonstrate. What else are you going to investigate in that?
Oh my goodness. Let's listen to what the witnesses said. Look at this witness. He was asked, can you tell the commission which people you found at the place when you arrived at the NIA premises? He said, when I arrived at the NIA premises, we were received by the then Director of Operations, Daba Marena.
Salimina Drame.
Baba Saho. And some soldiers from State Guard. Many soldiers from State House. Is he lying?
That I was within those who received him. I can't remember. Wallahi, he's lying.
Is he lying? You say you cannot remember. Okay, let's move on. Before this time, did you know Daba Marena? No, I do not know. It should be, I did not know Daba Marena before. How did you come to know his name? It was during the process that I know his name because he will call all the time. Daba Marena. I used to hear the name, but I could not single him out. How about Baba Saho? Baba Saho is also that day I knew him. How about Salimina Drame? Salimina also the same thing. That was the first time meeting them. So you see, doesn't it sound to you that the witness is truthful?
I can't say anything about that's his own version. So I don't have the right to object it. I have the right to tell you that I was not.
You see, what would be shocking, Mr. Witness, is that the person who participated in the operation, a person who has accepted these tortures, he has explained precisely, almost exactly the same thing as the victim.
Aya sada jangan waya sutiandi famfanke ko lara memfanka waya sada nyame bira ko
Salimina who lied against me here that I was among a panel of investigators.
Mr. Witness, we are talking about this particular incident. Salimina's story is almost identical with the story of the victim.
Salimina la to sede ndroning abina mulumtan noyala ko la memfanka.
The victim mentioned the same set of people as Salimina.
Ko la mengang ay menu tofo Salimina fana mol del tofo menu be ma beringe.
I said I cannot remember.
Okay. All right. Let us proceed. He was asked, so can you tell us what happened when you arrived at the NIA premises? Listen. We were asked to come in and then we were led to a big hall, myself and my companions. Is that normal?
That is normal.
That when people are arrested and brought in, they are taken to this big hall.
There is a hall at the CE.
Is that normal?
If you should bring somebody into your premises, you should take him somewhere.
Was it normal that they would be taken to this hall, to this big hall?
Yes.
How would this witness know that if this did not happen?
I'm not disputing the witness. What I'm saying is...
You are disputing the story of the witness.
Yes. As far as I am concerned.
Okay, all right, let's move on. So what the witness said about being taken to this place is true. You asked him okay. From there, Daba Marena being the leader, used to us to call us one by one to be led to another room, that is the interrogation room. Is it correct that Daba Marena was the leader of that operation?
He's the head of the department.
So what the witness is saying, is that correct?
I wouldn't know.
You see, now it's becoming funny. This is an operation headed by counter-espionage. They have arrested people. Initially, you said that they will do the preliminaries and send the person to investigations for further investigation. And here the witness is saying, we were brought in, Daba Marena received us, and he took us one by one into a room for interrogation. You say you don't know.
I cannot say for certain because I was not there.
This is the truth. Okay. What the witness said, is it in line with what would normally happen?
I wouldn't say anything about that.
You see, Mr. Witness, you are playing ignorance, you are feigning ignorance. This is it. You would not work in a place and rise to the position of director. You know exactly what your procedures are. You just playing games. You are just playing games. external security, counter-espionage, it does not matter. You had the same procedures. All right, let's go ahead with what the witness said. Brought into the interrogation room one by one. We do not go in pairs. Only one, then after they will come and take somebody. Also he will go. This is how things went on. Is the witness lying, or you don't know how things went?
I don't know how things went.
Thank you. You can hide behind that all you like. Where you eventually called to that one and one interrogation. The witness answered. Yes, before then Daba Marena looked at me because all the people can walk. I cannot walk. Big man crawling. So he looked at me and saw my broken leg and asked, what is your name? I say my name is Senifai. What are you doing? I say I'm a businessman in Serekunda. He said, oh, I wanted to leave you, but the information I got from one Bakari Kamara is that your shop is the place they conduct meetings. You conduct meetings. And that he was asked, was that allegation in fact true? Answer. At that juncture, I told him that this is not true. I saw Bakari Kamara did not know where my shop is, and he has never visited my shop. Would such conversation be normal? In such situations? You wouldn't know. All right. And then he was asked, were you surprised by that allegation? Because the previous question showed that they have received some intelligence information on which they acted. Isn't that the case? But isn't that obvious?
What is obvious?
If Daba Marena would tell him, we have received information is that your place, your shop is the place they were conducting meetings. Wouldn't that suggest intelligence information? Isn't it normal that Daba Marena would use intelligence information when dealing with these people?
I couldn't speak for him.
Yes, but Mr. Witness, you see, if you still hide with regards to the very obvious things, you make yourself look very bad. Daba was head of counter-espionage. But what he deals with is intelligence information. What he deals with is intelligence information. Answer now.
Yes.
And what the witness said suggests that Daba told him, I have received intelligence information that you were doing A, B, and C.
So that's what the witness said. So that's what the witness said.
But I have read,
I had you review it. So
do you agree with that?
No, I have what he said. That's his opinion. I cannot say, yeah, I agree or I don't agree.
You're just wasting the commission's time. You're just wasting the commission's time on very simple issues. I would proceed. And he was asked, and what happened after that? From there he said, all right, come in. I was escorted to that big office. Nobody helped me. They did not allow anybody to carry me. I do not have to lean on something. But as I crawled from there to the place, I met some soldiers plus NIA personnel. And then the favorite NIA interrogation position would follow. He was undressed. That too is a lie. Isn't that your modus operandi? Strip the person naked prior to interrogation? Just answer the question. Answer the question. That was not the modus operandi. You see, Mr. Witness, it's all right. But Samba Jallo said he was undressed. By you, Fodebari, and others. Balo Kante said he was undressed. Ibrahim Jata said he was undressed. Omar Jata said he was undressed. Omar Dabo said he was undressed. Ibrahim Baro said he was stripped naked. Even the most glaring one, Langkabu. He had to run from NIA to Banjul Police Headquarters. Naked. He did not strip his clothes when he was outside. Stripping people naked was NIA modus operandi. That was how you humiliated people. That is how you ensured that the people would not escape and run away until Lankabu did it. So would the witness also guess that this is how you did it? By stripping him naked?
That's his version of the story.
That too is a lie?
I can't comment on that.
Then he went on to say, I met a machine. Somebody was conducting that machine. To the electric machine, they shock people and they undress until I am left with my knickers, and then this time they started interrogating me. He also guessed that. You know how many witnesses testified to this effect?
Mr. Counsel, but I told you I cannot say anything about it because so I cannot comment on something I'm not aware of.
He was asked later. You also mentioned Daba Marena. Was he there? Did he participate in the torture? If the witness wanted to lie and implicate people,
he
would probably say yes. But this is what the witness answered. No, he was just giving orders. He is the boss. Was he right that Daba Marena was the boss?
Yes, he was right. He was the head of the CE.
That is no guesswork.
He is the head of CE. That's true.
Exactly. How would the witness have known?
I cannot answer that because I wouldn't know.
You mentioned, you said he was the boss. He was supervising it. He said, yes, the director. And he was asked. You mentioned that when you arrived, you found Baba Saho, Musa Sedik, and Salmina Drame. Did these individuals participate in your torture? He said, yes, they participated.
I said, no, I did not.
This is the only bit that the witness lied about.
Yes, this because I wasn't there.
And he was asked whether Salmina participated. He said yes, Salmina participated. And Salmina acknowledged that tortures were normal with the NIA. Is that true or false?
Tortures were
normal at the NIA. Tortures happened frequently.
That's not true.
And you see, and you are implicated in a lot of the tortures that were ongoing, so you would have reason to deny that, wouldn't you? And he was asked about his colleagues. And he said, so you said your colleagues were also subjected to a similar process? He said the same thing. And he was asked who were they? And he mentioned as follows. Jundu Jawara, Lamin Kanaji, Alaji Moro Sedikan, Langhawa Sonko, Ode Sise, Amadou Diallo, Usman Diallo, Duna Kebe, Ibrahima Sonko, Sirif Biai, and Omar Ba. In fact, 11 people. They were all tortured. The NIA by your group.
See, Council, I said, this particular district, I wasn't there. It doesn't concern my department.
Well, your department was badly incriminated. And it's not incriminated by title. You were individually identified. Not just by the victims, but by your colleagues as well.
And the same colleagues came here to lie against me.
When a person made a mistake,
it's a serious mistake. Worldwide.
Everybody's working.
Okay, now let's talk about the correct one.
No, let's finish this first. It's a serious one.
You want to run in a corner where it's most convenient. We will bring you out and take you to where the truth is. We take you to where the truth is. The truth is painful and inconvenient. If these matters were to be investigated, the department would they be sent?
If
they were to investigate it, it is directed to go.
Would it be normal to send it to investigations? Answer now.
Yes.
And if it were sent to investigations, it would be sent to you. It will
be sent to the head of the department.
And who was that?
Mr. Barry.
Exactly.
This is a regimental organization. I want you to...
Mr. Witness, we know that.
Okay, thank you.
We know that.
Okay.
But I have just told you the three top officials in that department. Led by somebody. Fode Bari, Baba Dindin Jabate, and yourself. Isn't that true? But you think that the witness would just blindly know that he would just plug it from the air?
Plug what from the air?
The fact that you were involved with him?
That's not true. Because there was nothing to be investigated. These people were arrested already. We're trying to.
Well, it seems like you haven't listened to what the witness said. The witness said they were taken to the rooms, a few questions were asked, and they were tortured.
Big room, sir.
Okay. Next time, listen. He was first taken to the big hall. And they were taken to a room there. They were removed from there and taken to another big place. That is where they were tortured. You heard him say he had to crawl to get there.
Did you have this opportunity to visit the CEN?
We have visited the NIA.
Did you reach the CEN?
We have visited the NIA.
Okay.
Look, you cannot explain why this particular person who does not know you, why would he claim that he met you on this particular occasion, and it just happens that you are in fact the right person to be there at that time.
Which is not true.
Okay, well, you can hide behind it is not true as much as you want. Even if I ask you whether Baba Saho is your name, you can say it is not true. Because here we don't take you to the corner and beat you up for you to answer. So, but you have accepted that if this matter were to be investigated, it would have to be sent to investigation.
Yes.
Investigations department.
If it were investigated.
And in that case, it would be sent to Fode Bari, Baba Dindin Jabate and yourself.
It will be sent to the head of that department.
Does he have a name?
He said Fode Bari.
And Fode Bari would be working with you.
And
Baba Dindin
Yes.
Okay. So in fact, The witness is saying, well, it was you people who dealt with him. So that too is a guess. Okay, all right. But Mr. Witness, this has been your modus operandi. This is how you did things at the NIA. In all the three credible allegations made against you, which happened at different times to different individuals who don't know one another, they all described the same process. Is that too a coincidence or a fabrication?
I wouldn't know.
See?
I wouldn't know because...
But Samba Jallo described being forcibly rendered naked. His trousers were removed by yourself and Fodebari.
But Samba Jallo ya fujanko ya force to bond ala kufengol bondala landu meya gole de baba sawa anin Fodebari.
Unelectrocuted.
Andu ya maskura wala fanang.
Senify said he was undressed.
Senify ko ya uranne.
Unelectrocuted.
Ya maskura wala.
Omar Jata said he was undressed and electrocuted. But the beauty is, Omar Jata did not mention your name. So your name is not as nice as you thought it was.
That's your opinion.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Apart from saying no to what their allegations?
So these witnesses appear very credible. Appear very credible. But then let's come to 2006. You are already out of the service. Correct?
Yes.
Yaya Jammeh called you back. Correct? To come and conduct an investigations.
Yes.
Because you are the experts, you are the successful guys in investigations.
I don't see myself as an expert.
Well, your set is called the experts. You are the experts.
That's how they are seeing us, maybe. I see myself.
Or maybe the torturers.
Whatever. They see us to be, but no torturing, no.
But when you were brought to come and work at that panel in 2006, there was a lot of torturing going on. True or false?
True.
This torturing was countenanced by all of you.
How?
Just answer the question.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
You in fact participated in the torturing.
Never.
Tell us how you came to be in the panel.
I think a day or two after the attempted coup, I was approached by Lamtombong Tamba, who was directed to my house by my neighbor, Sajo Fofana. This was only about 9, 10 in the evening. They knocked my gate. I saw Sajo. They said, in Maninka, I opened the gate. When I saw him with Lang. Lang said, here, I talked to him.
Lang said, I was sent by the head.
I mean the president then, Yaya Jammeh.
Well, President Yaya Jammeh.
So I spoke with him briefly. He said, Mr. Saho, I want you to go and join this investigation going on. If I can remember, he said, Lang will give you the details. At the same time, he inquired about Mr. Barry. I left with Lang and Mr. Fofana. Joined Lang's vehicle. And then Mr. Fofana went home. He went to Mr. Barry. I called him. I said, Mr. Barry, because I had this understanding that he spoke with the president already. Who came along with me in my vehicle before Lang to the NIA then. So went to the floor, my council. When we reached, it was late.
And you would accept that the president needed Peter and Paul in that investigation?
This is why he called us.
And he needed you there because he wanted results.
No, but that could be true.
Could be or true. Could be true. But of course,
because we found people there.
If you guys were not useful there, he would not call you.
That's true.
Remember, you guys were sacked from the service by none other than him. True or false?
Yes.
So he's taking you from the freezer and was reactivating you. True or false?
That's the way
he is okay recycling you or making you bounce back as they used to say.
I'll take it, making us bounce back.
That is more interesting. That is more palatable. Huh? Okay. Okay. But he did not make you bounce back because he just liked your names or your smiles. He knew your capacity to produce results in investigations.
He knows we are very steady in our investigation.
He would not know that. He's never seen you working. He knows the results you produce.
I've worked with him before he became president.
Yes, it was good work. And he knew your capacity to produce results. Remember, 1995, 1996, those are the most difficult periods. Everybody was there. You were there. And results were produced.
I, for one, I don't see those as difficult. 1992 to the most difficult.
1992, you would not torture people willy-nilly, would you?
1992, we do tortures.
Thank you very much. Finally. Hallelujah. Yes. No, you said.
I said, do we do tortures?
You said we do tortures.
I said, do we? Please, can you ask them to revise this? Do we do tortures? Sorry, listen carefully.
I told you.
Don't put words in my mouth.
1992.
I said, that's the most difficult to me.
Yes. Okay. I said in 1992, you would not do tortures willy-nilly.
I said, do we do tortures?
If that is your answer. So are you confirming that in 1992 you were not torturing?
You tell you don't get
what you want.
But from 1994, torture was the name of the game. In fact, your colleague said here that 90% of you have tortured.
Maybe I'm within the 10% who didn't.
You are not even sure. That's why you said maybe.
No, I'm just telling you.
You are not even sure.
Maybe I'm between those people.
Well, the evidence paints a different picture. The evidence suggests that you were a notorious torturer. You crossed genitals. You beat. You electrocuted. That's what the witnesses say.
I fear my to have done any other thing.
But when you were brought back in 2006, you in fact did torture.
But kabiri yemuruna in 2006 songono wo sangoni ye tajinte yakale. Nyadi.
You beat, didn't you?
Yebute rota.
Anybody there?
Rode. Ani mamo bute.
I had that empathy. You see, Mr. Counsel.
Counsel.
The first night we got there,
the
situation under which we found the victims.
If
you have blood in your veins,
how did you find them?
In a very terrible condition.
And tell us about that condition.
Can you describe it unless you see it physically?
No, tell us. Tell us.
They were in serious pain. They were in very serious pain.
What kind of pain?
How they are. No, you cannot take it. You cannot stand it. That night we didn't do anything.
That was the first night.
That was the first night.
We have heard from Langtombo. And he said it was okay. They were not beaten before the panel.
There was no beating before the panel. They beat them downstairs.
They beat them downstairs and bring them up.
But it was suggested, it was made as if there were no beatings going on that was known to the panel. Just answer the question.
There was beating done that we were all aware of. Beat them down, grab them up. How can we talk to somebody who is just unconscious? That thing sent me to my... anyway.
Did you beat anybody? Well, we've received different evidence. And listen to this. This was a camera. This is his statement. You crying? I'm sorry. Well, the victims also cried. Genuine tears. And this is what Wasa said. Again, I was not aware of where I was taken. However, upon arrival, I realized that I had been taken to the NIA. Upon entry, the place was littered with a lot of military personnel armed with personal and support weapons. Is that true? That was the environment?
That was a war zone.
He said, I was taken to the conference room to face the panel comprising of Baba Haidara. Next person, Baba Saho. Fode Bari, IGP Sonko,
IGP Police
Lantombon Musa Jame, and so many others unknown persons. Is he lying?
I was there.
Good.
He said, I was seated, having my back to the door of the conference room, flanked on both sides by the panelists. And then he started facing some questions. On the table were a hammer, small chisel with blood stains, true?
On the table, no. Table honey. Honestly speaking, no. Honey.
He lied about it. But what's the significance of such a lie? All of you accept that they were beaten downstairs and taken upstairs. So what's the significance of him lying about what was on the table? And then he went on to say, I was told that if I did not answer questions correctly, I would be killed. And the hammer would be used to knock my head. Is it true?
I can't remember him saying that. I can't remember him saying that.
I am not sure exactly who threatened me because the junglers were wearing black masks. Is that true?
Council.
Is that true?
Yes. That place was a war zone.
The junglers were walking there up and down in
only walking, they were even between the conference room.
With their guns?
I said armed to their teeth.
What do you say to the suggestion that it was only one person who was there who had a gun? Would you say that's a lie?
I would not buy that.
Would you say it's a lie?
I would not buy it.
Mr. Witness, please, let's stop playing games. Would you say that's a lie?
It's not true.
Exactly. And then he went on to say, someone within the panel said that operation-wise, I was the head of the operations and knew everything. Was that a question that would be asked?
See, this particular day, we didn't participate in the questioning. It was Hydra who was leading. Was the one questioning.
What do you understand participate to mean?
When we were invited to join in them, during the questioning we didn't do anything because we just came in.
Can we play the video of Wasa Camera, please? Wasa Camera
video nga play ba ngo jibe.
When we were asking about my involvement in the coup, commencé de kanyin ka mbatar no da nyadi da coup d'etat bayri mo. Recently I told them that I didn't know anything about the coup. Wala fala ko na man falla ni coup d'etat minto. And then I saw faculty on the table, tableau come, small hammers, those things, and then they asked, they told me that, look, what happened to others will happen to you. We are at Jira, the master plan of the school. I told them that that was not true. Then a lot of people accepted that, part of the coup, but that was what happened is that when they were questioning me, But men kita wala mini wada mini karda kan mini ka. There was a man who was seated at the far end, at the far left, end of the table. Kyodo nan betar sirin ninje mara kalola tabulo ni abejan farin tabulo la mara karola. He was asking me that I was part of the crew and that I'm the ringleader. I told him that that's not true. Who was the person? Who was the person? I'll come to that. And after that, immediately after that, Hydra also asked, he said, Kamara, do you know that we are following your tail? We know your involvement in the crew. So, before I could answer that, who is that person who was sitting at that place? To my back, slapped me seriously. I included on the right. When I turned to look at the right, he gave me a nasty slap on me. He scratched my eyelids. That's my eyes inwards. Then from there he left. But there I couldn't see because I was struggling to see, to open my eyes. So he went and occupied his space. And therein again, questions were going, I was answering. Then the same person stood up. The same person wanted to come and hit me again. I heard across the table, adjacent to him, that person said, Baba, stop. Then he said, Baba, stop in Malunga. Baba, Abula. Okay. Then he said, Baba Sao. He repeated again, Baba Sao, stop. Another for Baba Sao, Abula. So that was the time I know his name.
Thank you very much. Mr. Saho.
Mr. Saho.
Does this look like a fabrication?
Yes. At the panel.
Yes.
Sir, we are seated. The suspects will sit like I am sitting here. It's Hydra. That's Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry. That's me.
Well, he said the person was sitting at the flank.
It's the same table.
But what you have described,
on his left.
What you have described
on his left. I was sitting on his left. I was sitting on his side. Can you
what you have described suggests that you are the one on the flank.
What I've described is I was not on his left side. I was sitting by his right side.
Mr. Witness, he said
that's what he said. That's what he said.
Okay. Anyway, but he said this person is called Baba. Is called Baba Saho. And you are present there.
It's because of these people I spent 13 months at Mile 2.
Let's not come to that. That is so speculative. So we will come to that later.
It's hotting.
We will come to that later.
It's hotting.
Yes. Well, Baba, you people have put a lot of people in jail. You have put a lot of people in jail for doing no wrong or illegally, unjustifiably. So you guys would only feel it when it has happened to you. But when you do other people in, it's okay, it's normal.
We had about 7 or 8 days.
Okay, so you are denying that you hit Wasa Kamara?
I can't remember.
You cannot remember now. So you're not even sure.
I cannot.
You are not even sure
that I hit him.
Yes. You see? But how could you not be sure that you have not hit somebody?
You see, one, I was not comfortable where we were. You see, I was very careful. I was very careful
with the presence of these military boys.
Mr. Witness, what you have said is that you are not sure that you hit this person. Even a child would know what he or she has done. If you drink the water, you know you have drunk the water.
If I have done so.
But you are not sure that you have slapped the man. Well, the man is certain.
Yes.
He said you slapped him twice, bam, bam, and you scratched his eyes.
I'm saying no.
He is certain.
I was with him in mile 2. If I had done so, I apologize him.
Okay. Now you are sure that you did not.
I did not.
Okay.
I believe I did not.
1 minute ago you said
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
That's the truth.
Before you said you can't remember. So, Mr. Saho, you just muddying the waters.
I'm not muddying the waters.
You are dilly-dallying. You are all over the place.
Okay. Okay.
I don't remember. I am not sure. I did not do it. These are completely different answers.
Mr. Counsel.
3 completely different answers. I am not sure. I can't remember. I did not do it. These are 3 completely different answers. Because my style is effective.
No. It's just old bottle, old wine, new bottle.
Exactly. That is why you were brought back. To torture the people. To beat them to submission, and that is what you did.
That was a military show. Mr. Fall, that was a typical military show.
Well, Wassa saw the military. He saw what they were doing. He knew exactly what they were doing. He has explained what people did. And he singled you out.
If Wassa to say he didn't know me, that's not true. We knew each other when he was at the military int.
He was a cartoon.
We knew each other when he was at the military int. He was my agent. I recruited Wassa.
He did not know you.
That's, I'm telling you.
He did not know you.
No, he said he didn't know me.
Well, if he did know you, that is in fact makes it even better. He has no reason to mistake you for anybody else.
Now, if you should say,
but okay, Mr. Witness, let's listen to another witness who was present. Could you play the testimony of Mr. Haider?
Mr. Haider
You mean the 3, Bunja, Wassa, and Yahya? I can remember a lot of Wassa.
Wassa then Hakilu Subla.
And when it happened, I'll explain that.
And the bracket and move from Fulani.
You were in the process of question and answer, and he was cooperating. All of a sudden, one of the panelists came behind him, started slapping 1, 2. Told him to stop. And then immediately I turned to Fode Bari, who was sitting next to me. I said, please tell him to stop this. Why did I turn to Fode? Because Fode has always been seen as a senior. He's senior in the service. Nobody listens to him. I believe it was Baba Saho. And I believe Fode could indulge.
Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Counsel.
Mr. Counsel.
Yes. I can hear Haider properly. He said the man was cooperating. Why did you to beat him?
I
didn't it.
Well, the witness also said so.
This is why I said no.
You see, you guys,
you cannot be harsh on somebody you want to get information.
This was
our problem with the panel.
Mr. Witness, what you people were doing there was torturing witnesses to confess. The description given by the witness are almost identical. Almost identical.
With what?
The testimony of these two witnesses. It's almost identical. Why wouldn't they name Malia Mungu? Why wouldn't they name Alaji Martin? Why wouldn't they name Langton Gamba? If they wanted to just incriminate people, they would have done that. It is you they named.
What I'm saying is, the condition under which these people come to us, one, if you are heartless, I mean, not like the soldiers, because those people,
maybe you were heartless. Maybe you were. But two people, the victim himself said, this is what this man did to me. The head of the panel also confirmed that you did exactly that.
Remember, the head of the panel was our head. He was the de facto deputy director general and the chairman of this thing.
He said that.
Why he could talk to me? I could remember, you see, but he clearly explained why he told to Fode. Okay. Because it was Peter talking to Paul. Mr. Counsel, I could recall, I stopped him from beating somebody. I stopped beating somebody. Definitely, I would not have stopped him.
Who did you stop him from?
Mr. Hydra. One Mr. Mendy, Pierre.
But Pierre also said so. So what you guys were doing was playing good cop and bad cop. They would beat the suspect, and the other person would say, no, stop. No, bye. My friend, we all know those games. You were playing good cop and bad cop. In fact, you know, at the NIA, the person who would lock you up in a cell called Bamba Dinka is the person who would tell you, my bro, need chor. Bilai, need chor. Why have? They lock you.
No. These are
the games you guys play. You would not say this one because you are ashamed of them.
I will.
Would you be proud of crossing a big man's genitals?
How would you be like? That's the last thing I ever think of.
Exactly. You would not be proud of that.
That's the last. Look, it's very inhuman.
That is what you people did.
That's what they said we did.
Well,
that's what they said.
Your colleague said you did it, and the victim said you did it.
This is what I'm saying. They said. But I'm saying no.
Well, the thing is, we cannot rewind the tape for all to see.
Yes.
It's not like this one. You did it in secret, in the den of the night. No. Late at night. You bring people from the prisons, beat the nonsense out of them, and parade them before a kangaroo panel, and clobber them to submission and confessions. And you submit a report, we did a brilliant job. They all confessed. Parade them before television.
I didn't know about the report.
Did you ever complain that the confessions were illegally obtained? Of a place. No. But it's okay, so you would prefer that you are okay and allow other people to be sentenced to death?
If I was okay, I would not have been in my room.
No, you would prefer that you are okay and allow other people to be sentenced to death.
Counsel.
But you were there in mile 2 with them when they were sentenced to death.
When they came, they sentenced and said, how? I was
but how, you were surprised?
Because yes, I was surprised.
Why were you surprised? Because you guys built a system. You guys built a system of beating confessions out of people and using that to secure convictions. That was the system.
That was more or less a soldier affair. Soldiers will bring them, dump them here. If you are not talking to the car, nobody has to. Mr. Hydra himself.
You did not protest this.
We did. It's not
We and who? You and who?
I first spoke with Mr. Barry. I said 4.
Mr. Barry.
Hydra. He's the immediate boss.
Did you speak to Hydra?
No, there's somebody between me and Hydra, so that person must stop to Hydra.
More than Hydra team, so I say what the Hydra.
Person.
And who was that person?
That person was Mr. Barry.
Mr. Barry.
But that's not what you said in your statement. You said we protested.
Yes, when I say we spoke to Hydra, it means there must be somebody. That's true.
My friend, if you say we, it means me and somebody else.
Yes, that's... I mean myself and Mr. Barry. So Mr. Barry has...
Did you speak to Hydra?
We spoke to him.
To
Mr. Barry. Because
when he was talking to him,
Mr. Barry has a completely different take. He said he was the only person who protested.
Mr. Barry, they are need Mr. Barry got a random mood me along go quiet balambaya.
God be my witness.
I didn't say that.
And in your statement, you said you and him spoke and got Langtombong to go to the president to have MC Cham and Mr. Gay released.
Yeah, after he spoke with the president, he spoke to me.
Who spoke to the president?
Mr. Barry.
You see, you listened to the testimony yesterday.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
You listened to the testimony yesterday.
Yajame will talk to him if he wants to use you.
You listened to the testimony yesterday.
Not as yet. Wallahi, not as yet.
You listened to the testimony yesterday. You know that that is for Mr. Barry's version.
I know that.
That is Mr. Barry's
version. I'm trying to hear that. I'm yet to listen to his version.
Per mainly said, whilst he was being questioned, it was ordered that he be taken down and beaten because he was not cooperating. Is that
true? I cannot recall that.
But you can recall Haidara attempting to beat him. Do you know how Per Mendy described that event?
Let
me tell you. He says it was Saturday at 10 p.m. at night. He was taken to the NIA and directly to the panel. And he said the panelists were Langtombong, Usman Sonko, Baba Saho.
Langtombong, Usman Sonko, and Baba Saho.
Fode Bari, Momodu Haidara, Bota Keta, Lamin Cham, Demba Sow, and the Junglers. Is that true?
For Mutonalty.
Yes. Answer properly.
Yes.
And he said he was informed that all he was asked to inform all he discussed with Nur Cham. At this time, Haidara said, why you plastered your head? And he told them that it was Malik Jata who struck him with the butt of a pistol. He was butt struck. So Baba Saho said, do you think you are fit to be alive?
Baba Jato Kaiko, Baba Saho Kaiko, Yamriti, Bedam Tete, Setara Baluno Santenba.
You threatened him.
Yakija Forel, Yakijo Tile.
I can remember asking him, boy, if I'm going to turnover. I can remember telling him that. If you take
Mr. Mendy is not a stupid person.
You know why I told him that?
Listen to his answer. You know, he said to you. So Baba said, do you think you are fit to be alive? In the next minute, I raised my head above the ceiling and I saw the mosquitoes fly. I said, if mosquitoes are fit to be alive, why not me?
Kabrin Baba Konya Yamre se baluno, Nasanto Jibe, Nyae Suslaje. Nka Minsa Natara Suslal se baluno, not nante the baluno.
It's not se baluno. This is about the right to life.
That is it. That's what he's saying. If he can survive.
If this is not about whether he can survive. This is about whether he is fit to live. This is whether he deserves to live. No. That is the question. That's why the guy answered that if mosquitoes are there and they are fit to survive, to live, why not me? And that is when, according to him, Haidara rushed to him to hit him, and you stopped it.
Counsel. The condition under which he came.
Mr. Witness, Haidara said, sorry, Mayor said you threatened him.
I didn't see that as a threat. It was an empathy towards the way he was.
Well,
I didn't see that as a threat. But if you take it that way,
you threatened, because that was the order of the day. That is what you people were doing. You were playing good cop and bad cop. A would do something terrible, and then B would try to stop it. C would do something terrible, and D would try to stop it. You were playing mind games with them.
That's your opinion, sir.
But that's how you investigate.
No.
That's what the witness said. And then he went on to say, so Haidara instructed the junglers to take me downstairs to the torture area behind the building.
Not that I am aware of.
Well, no, you have told us before that people would be brought in, they were beaten, but if they don't confess, they were taken back down and beaten.
No, I didn't say they are not. No, for if they don't confess, I said before they come in. Seriously, I mean, seriously beaten. Face us. But even when you talk to somebody who is just unconscious, that made us to make the complaint. We didn't go down well with some people there. That's what the soldiers.
Mr. Saho,
Mr. Counsel,
you cooperated with the torturing. You participated in the torture. That is what the evidence shows.
I said no.
I thought you said you didn't remember.
What?
Participating in the torturing.
I didn't say participate in the torture. I physically hitting somebody?
Yeah. You said you did not remember.
I can't recall hitting anybody. And that's the truth. I can't recall hitting anybody.
You simply do not recall.
Yes, that's true. If I do, I'll be able to recall it. I suffered for these people.
Your colleagues said you participated in beating them? Mr. Witness, what is baffling is none of you resigned.
Can you resign when you are asked to go home? Why resign?
Okay. The torturing started from day one. Well, you said from day one, when you arrived, that is what you saw.
Yes. From our day.
And the torturing continued on a daily basis.
But remember, I was not there every day.
But it continued on a daily basis. When you came, there was torture.
Once we are aware of, yes. I can't say everything.
But you did not resign until you were taken away from there. So for you people, you just accept the situation.
We bear with the situation.
And that was unlawful.
Even the torturing was unlawful.
But even you accepting the situation and going and carrying along is unlawful. It makes you complicit in torture. Cancel. 3 times.
It was something that one dare not even say, Mandamay by them.
But you could have left. You could have left and just not go again.
Then you leave the country.
Yes, like many people.
My family.
You were selfish. You were thinking about yourselves.
Who's not selfish? We are all selfish. Those who are
thinking about yourself.
Those who are straight. We are all selfish. But when it comes to that new family,
Well, so you self-preserved and you sat there and you see your colleagues being tortured, brutalized, electrocuted, and all sorts of things done to them. But not only that, you were there with them in the most horrible place in this country called 5-Star Hotel Mile 2. You were there with them and you sat comfortably and see them sentenced to death.
Ni bebe ni dingira da ka foda men to my 5-star dingira
you could have blown division.
Ya de ye sorong inyanda dun fala.
You could have said that these people were tortured.
Sa ko nan nyin kedam wolle de me ye tajire yale an wolle sondi la diamola
kan
international press.
Do we have access to us? Our family, we are not having access to us. We are incommunicado.
But this was normal. This is the system that you served. This is the system that produced what you went through. It was only wrong when it happened to you. But when you guys were doing it, it was okay and normal.
If this thing didn't happen, we would not have been here today. So that we can have something. You see, we are going to shoot your own. We are going to put your Jamaican. I don't want that in Yatale.
Altolea tinya, Alnyanta Sonako Altolea tinya, Wala Tinna Bejang.
Be all Gambians.
Okay. Could you now speak for yourself? Because you are the one sitting there. Good. And accept your own responsibilities. You tortured people.
No, I don't.
You participated in the torture of people. Your investigative activities led to the torture of Bachamba Jallo. You would deny it because of the ugly things you have done.
But if there was any investigation, it was not with us.
So he just fabricated it, that it was
his opinion.
Baba Saho.
That's his statement. Definitely that's his statement.
Zenify too just fabricated it, that it was,
that's them.
It was Baba Saho.
So it's
Wasa Kamara too just fabricated it, that it was Baba Saho. Air Mendi also fabricated it, that it was you who threatened him.
To me, I didn't take that as a threat with Pierre.
Well, soon after he was ordered to be taken down to be tortured.
That's what he said.
And you people did nothing. You sat down and watched these people sentenced to death, life imprisonment, and very long terms of imprisonment. You did nothing. When were you released?
I spent 1 year, 3 months there.
Was it nice? Was it nice? Spending that time at Mile 2 prison?
I don't understand you.
Was it a nice experience?
Saved my life. I would have been killed, maybe if I'm outside.
Was it a nice experience? Wouldn't you consider it as the worst thing that happened to you?
At that time, yes.
And did you realize that for everybody else who was there with you, that was the situation? That it was the worst thing that was happening to them? And don't you even think that the situation at Mile 2 was so horrible that no human being deserved to be put in that situation?
It's a horrible place, but people were taken there.
But you would accept that it's the most horrible place we have in Gambia. No person deserves to be put in that situation. You accept that?
Yes.
And you know that people were there. Because people like you have decided to keep quiet. But you know that. Didn't you?
I kept quiet.
Well, just answer my question.
I didn't know that I should talk.
Oh.
Well, I didn't know that I should make a complaint.
You didn't know that you could speak the truth. You didn't know that you could say the truth to save people's lives.
Who will you talk to?
Okay. But you left prison after some time.
Yes. What is these people here?
Didn't you think that you could have said something?
Like what?
Like these people were illegally imprisoned. You did not think so. You only thought about yourself.
And my family.
And that is the reason why we are all in this soup. Because there are people who, when it mattered, thought only about themselves and their families. You were also accused of the Balo Kante. By your colleagues.
But I told you I was not here and I have shown you proof. So please, I've forgiven them.
There is nothing to forgive. If there is anyone to forgive, it's probably you. For crossing a big man's genitals. For stripping people naked and beating them.
That's an allegation against me.
Yes.
Are you taking that allegation to be true?
Well, just like the other allegations you say are not true. Those two are allegations. You are forgiving them for making allegations against you.
It's deliberate. With them, it's deliberate. They want to ruin me.
Well,
sitting here,
these witnesses, Mr. Kamara also said you deliberately hit him. You slapped him twice. Haidara also said you deliberately hit this man twice.
But somebody we are talking to and he's listening, answering us.
Mr. Witness, I withdraw the allegations against you with regards to Balo Kante. On the basis of the evidence you produced that you are not in the country at the time.
Simon.
But what still stands is you cannot remember that you have hit Wasa Kamara.
I do.
You cannot remember. You see, but Wasa would remember. Haidara remembered what you did to him. Kenifai remembered what you did to him. Samba Jalo remembered what you did. I have no further questions.
Mr. Counsel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. I hand over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Counsel, and thank you, Mr. Sao, for coming to testify before the Commission.
Baraka bak sedo baraka bak Counsel sedo baraka inata minna jang kanela seri andro di tiala si jang.
Before turning to the commissioners, maybe they have any questions. I just want to raise 7 key points that is contained in the mandate given to us by the National Assembly of the Gambia. We had covered them, all these points during your testimony for today. I just want to summarize it in my own way. And it will be in the form of questions to you. Point 1. Have you, sorry, before getting to point 1, how many years total have you had in your service with the NIA?
Yole doku abemu me NIA.
I moved from NSS to NIA.
But NSS
It's the same position, but the name's changed.
Go ahead with that, both of them together.
I started 1992 up to 2005.
How many years?
1992 for 2005.
Arithmetic, help me.
13 years.
13 years.
13 years you were in the service of Gambia Intelligence.
Tani saba ibe do ko la Gambia la bunda do ko bunda mi ala ko tele mara londo lukaringwal.
Point 1, during the 13 years that you were in the service,
Wato ile wo sanjitani sabo mi ibe do ko la wato men.
Have you ever tortured any human being, any Gambian or anybody resident here?
Inane mo tajirinte ala fo Gambia dingolem bang fo mo le mi abe sirim banko kanjan.
Not that I can remember of.
And if 20 years hakilo blata.
You see, I'm human.
You don't remember torturing anybody?
Yes, not that I can remember of.
Hakilo mamuda.
Point 2.
Fulanjang.
During the 13 years that you were in the service of the Gambia,
ila wo sanjitani sabo wato nebe do ko la Gambia jang.
Have you ever unlawfully killed anyone?
Fuete inane mo fale sila la mi ala ni luwa mantaba.
Never.
Hani. Answer is no?
Kabro munati hani.
Point 3.
Sabanyang.
During the 13 years you were in the intelligence service of the Gambia,
ila sanjitani sabo mi ayewole do ko ke nyi londe kulukano la karola Gambia.
Have you ever committed sexual or gender-based violence?
Fuete inane ku kala mi alon ko wolem musol la fanna la ye fitno la musol kanaba.
No.
During these 13 years, have you ever forced somebody's disappearance?
No.
Or participated in the disappearance of somebody whose whereabouts is not known?
No.
Honey.
Have you ever participated in inhumane and degrading treatment of anybody?
Foyete ina da na tabula ku kono mi alon ko be hadama dingola makamo jinda wala ka har ku ka hadama dingo mi alon ka manyan na kala hadama dingola.
No.
And have you ever arbitrarily arrested, detained somebody?
Foyete fana inane mo fana mutale ka mabo.
Yes, I've arrested somebody and detained.
Who is that person? Who are they?
No, not they, one. It was a money doubler called Sisoko. Something Sisoko.
Say who you was Sisoko.
Sorry, that's not clear. Sorry, what did you say?
Say who you was Sisoko. I've once arrested him and detained him.
Baba, we know a lot.
I want that to come directly from you. Council assisted you.
Because I cannot remember the name. This is why he assisted me. I thank him for that. But see who you was.
Do you confirm that?
Well, I did.
That you...
I've arrested him, detained him.
And then you detained him.
I detained him.
That's the 7th point. Detention without trial.
It was less than 24 hours anyway. Detention is less than 24 hours.
So besides Sisoho, throughout your 13 years with the Gambia Secret or Intelligence Service, the only violation that you have done that the National Assembly asked us to look into was the arbitrary arrest of Sisoho.
One person.
One person.
Yes.
13 years. Never slapped anybody, never hit anybody, never committed any of these violations and abuses that we are asked to look into. Our hands are completely clean. Extraordinary. Commissioners, if you have any questions,
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Yeah.
Baba.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you one thing. That is what happened to Bach Samba Jallo.
Bach Samba Jallo la sanjo be ñaami.
Bach Samba Jallo, according to his age.
Bach Samba Jallo majiki asinyine ite tola.
I don't think Bach Samba Jallo will forget your name.
Foni atara Baba Saho fulale be NIA.
Unless there is 2 Baba Sahos at the NIA.
But Bach ko mole ko.
But Bach said to us that
dunya be ñala
in front of the whole world, saying that you are the one who strip him, then take his private parts, hit it. I think if it is something that has happened, I don't think an elderly person less, he will stand and disgrace himself, expose himself to the whole world. I want to ask you whether there is 2 Baba Sahos at the NIA. I know that, I know my own, I know that I am the Saho there. And your name is Baba too, yes. I think at the NIA you are not alone there. No. I think Barry also is not there alone. But if you see the hundreds of people that are working at the NIA there, they only mention you people, 1, 2, 3 to 4 of you people. I don't know. I don't think they will just come to spoil your name just like that if you look at the age of Bachsamba. And I think also your NIA. I asked before, but it was not answered clearly to me. Well, is it the law there that as I have asked the question before, I'm going to ask it again. Before you beat somebody, you strip naked the person just as how the mom born the person and start. Is that your law?
I can come in, huh?
Yes.
You see, these are individual statements made by, allegations made by people.
What he thought, that's what he said.
But according to
but it's clear to me that whatever he said is not true. I can answer that.
I think
now you people and junglers are similar. I think the junglers are better. Because they have stood and confirmed that they have killed somebody. But you people, what you are accused of?
In silence.
You kill people in silence.
Because
to take somebody's private part and hit it. That person's living.
Okay, I'll just say
I have answered your question. That's not true.
Okay, the third thing is ite men fola Gambia mol ye do ko ke wato men na ye fonyo wato men na men kete bulu ite men fono la mol.
What do you have to say to Gambia during the time of your work and also when you are retired from your work? Such as
ya tumi men.
What you are accused of? This is not true. It's not true.
You have sworn on
the Holy Quran. I have even taken an ablution. My hereafter is more important to me. Baba, your name has been mentioned a lot. I think when you clear yourself. What I said, is it not that clearing myself?
Is that what you are telling me? Is that what you are telling me?
Okay, Mr. Sao, exercise decorum.
If your people mention you and say bad things about you.
Madam Samba.
Madam Samba, I do not do.
Okay, no problem.
You mean to be rude on you, please.
Honey, rude man. I didn't tell you to
I'm sorry.
So,
may God assist all of us. Thank you.
Commissioner Carr, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Naka, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
Brother Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Sao, for your testimony before this committee. I'm asking this question for the sake of the victims. And for the future of this country. The question is, do you have any regrets? For just any regrets?
For
you can use a cooler, so you
have to regret something that you know. I don't know what I have done.
But you
have to regret something that you know.
You don't want to answer, but it's fine.
The
second question is, with everything that has happened, can you be trusted to serve this country in your current position? And why would that be so?
If I may ask, what's the reason why I should not be trusted?
Again, you don't want to answer my question. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions from the Commission. The organigram that you've given us, which I'm sure Council would submit letter for exhibition in our records. But before he requests that, I just want if you can help very quickly, it wouldn't take more than a minute or two, to give us the names of the individuals that are in these boxes during 1995 that you have indicated is the time for this organigram.
1995,
so if you can go through it quickly. Who was DG at the time? What name do I put in the box? Sambaba. Who was the deputy DG? And who was director of external security?
It
was Muniru Dabo.
Muniru Dabo.
Muniru Dabo. Late.
Muniru Dabo. Bantale.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter whether or not the person is alive, just the name. Muniru Dabo?
Yeah.
Muniru Dabo.
And who was director of finance and admin?
Jumala do Kenya la ninte paso Kenya.
Seni Suso.
Seni Suso.
Seni Suso?
Yeah.
Seni Suso.
And who was director of internal security?
Sa Jumala nyatonko tu nana tatanko Kenya la banko kan. Banko Kanyam.
I cannot recall his name. I cannot take that place. I will come back to you.
Mr. Fall, please.
But according to your organogram, he was the boss of the coordinator of espionage.
Counter espionage.
Counter espionage. Marina was, I'm coming to that particular one.
Yes.
But Marina was reporting to the director of internal security.
This is what I'm saying. I cannot get it now, but please, I promise, inshallah, I'll give it to this man if I should get the name.
Fine. Then the liaison officers, you don't need to, I don't know how many you had in that box with the foreign missions or on the foreign missions. You said on the foreign missions, I presume they are responsible or they're handling liaison with foreign missions here in the Gambia. Is that correct?
Liaison officers in foreign missions outside, Gambian embassies in foreign.
Oh, Gambian embassies abroad. Yeah. Oh, why do you have them here then?
I mean embassies outside the country.
I see.
Here we have our embassies. Not all of them.
So in New York, you would have an NIA official sitting in the UN mission. I mean, I'm not asking you to name.
Confidential issue.
No, I'm not asking you to name. I just want to know that indeed there's a chap there who was an NIA official that I've probably been talking to and I didn't know. No, it wasn't me. That's all right. Counter-espionage head, what would that be? That's not director. These orders that you have, counter-espionage, D1, D2, D3, you have all this, and D1, D2, and D3, sorry.
Is a section of its own, headed by a senior officer.
He wasn't director?
No, at the time, until when Marina was promoted to be director.
But the person we put in this box here would be Daba Marina?
Yes.
And the D1?
D1 I cannot remember, unless if I may inquire, but I can't remember.
D2?
Same.
D3?
Same.
And the investigations,
Mr.
who was
Barry.
heading that?
Mr. Barry. 1995, no, it was 13 Baji. Landing Baji. Before Mr. Barry.
And where are you in this organigram? You don't seem to feature.
I was under them.
In what, which area?
Investigation.
Investigation.
Yeah.
So 13 was your boss?
Yes, at the time. Briefly, then Mr. Barry came and took over.
Thank you. If you have any closing remarks to make, please proceed to make them now.
I'm thanking the commission and asking for forgiveness if I may have offended somebody directly or indirectly. It's a duty that we all have to do. And the purpose of it is what has happened. The bad things that have happened should not happen again. It's not going to be easy for you people. It's a tough job. But we are all praying for you people to succeed. Yes. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Even do you have something to submit on this?
Even the closing remarks would show quotations from Fodebari. The document to be exhibited should be Exhibit 195.
What 195? Okay, fine. Thank you all very much. We would end our proceedings here today and then resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. Meeting is adjourned.
TRRC is mandated to make recommendations for prosecution or amnesty for human rights violations. However, the TRRC has not made any recommendations for prosecutions yet.
That the last time he sent the money, it was not enough to buy all the provisions.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell him.
Are you guys talking about money transfer to buy provisions?
Yes.
But don't you know about Baluwo?
Baluwo? What is Baluwo?
Baluwo is a service that your son can use to send provisions directly to you guys from the shop. And you don't have to worry about the exchange rate.
Tell me how Baluwo works.
It's very simple.
Just log on to baluwo.com and shop, or download the app on your phone. You can shop on the website or using the app to buy online basic products for your family and friends. With Baluwo, you decide what your money is spent on. Your money, your choice. Buy online products for your family and friends in the Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria or Mali. Baluwo, better than sending money.